Doesn't matter really. Yeah, it's different things. Good morning. Good morning and welcome to Sydney Parade on Sunday morning. Sunday morning cricket has already happened. And now we're into the afternoon's entertainment, which today you join us for Pembroke seconds versus Merrion seconds. Local derby, Sandymount derby. Always tightly contested. As you can see, the players are in the middle, the umpires are in the middle. We have scorers. Now, I can't tell you who won the toss, but I can tell you that Pembroke are batting. Of course, I also can't tell you who is batting. Somebody else. Ethan Clark at the non-striker's end, distinctive stature. What's he saying? Noel currently fixing the head on camera, and with the first ball,
Yeah, you're going to have to do that for a sec.
Pembroke take two, with one that was just run down towards third. Good start for Pembroke. Off the mark straight away. We will, of course, bring you the live scoring onto your screen as soon as we have it. And that will certainly help me as commentator with a few names. Another one played down to third beautifully. Again, looking for two, but this time deciding against it. Three on the board. And now we'll see Ethan Clark facing his first delivery of the morning. Yeah, just since the live scoring is up, we'll be happy. Well, three on the board and three devices connected to this stream. Thank you very much for joining us here on what is a very blustery, windy day. Have to make sure everything is tethered down. Ethan Clark just sort of showing the bat to the ball, letting it get well away from his body. First ball, always difficult to get your feet moving straight away. And that was something the bowler was looking to exploit, putting one down outside the off stump. That's much better from Clark, getting his front foot down the track, bat right next to his pad, nice and secure. Just playing it back down the pitch. And as we come to the end of this first over, you can see, well, you can't see, I can see the Pembroke flag is, well, not so much fluttering as absolutely out flat. This time Ethan goes to cut, it's not there, it goes through to the keeper. And now with one ball left in the first over. Quite an orthodox field to start with here. One slip, one gully. And then we had a third man, point, covers, and extra cover on the offside. One over gone, 3 runs on the board, and just as importantly from a Pembroke point of view, no wickets down. Opening bowler now from the St John's end, just marking out his run-up.
Don't ask me what's going to happen when they move the side screen. Oh look, they're doing it instantly.
Left arm over.
Wouldn't you know it?
Pushes our picture to the side. As you know, our camera is based on the sight screen. So certainly for the next few overs, we hope to solve this technical difficulty. Now, a bit of twisting of the pole that holds the camera. And it's giving you that sort of over the bowler's shoulder look at the wicket. First ball. That goes down the leg side. The umpire straight away signalling wide. And then shooting across your screen. Very hard to get that camera just to sit in the one place. So, Dara Cosgrave playing one out to square leg, takes a single. Very useful opening partnership. Well, if Nepal get 162 runs, in their game today and win, they'll be playing Ireland on Tuesday.
Oh, goodness.
Well, if nothing else, I have live score on my phone now. I can see McDara Cosgrave 4 off 3 balls. And Declan de Kock is the bowler. Third one down on the list. Oh no, hasn't been updated. Cry of anguish from the fielders as one goes past Ethan Clark. Ethan, who's played 3 or 4 games for the second so far. Lets this one go through to the keeper, does McDara. And there we have live scoring on your screen, bringing you right up to date. Pembroke now on 6 for none. But Dara Cosgrave, he's on 4 and facing. The bowling of Declan de Kock. Another one on the pads, just clipped away. And that's the first boundary of the day. Shoots away down towards the bar corner. Through the gap in the fence. And that's a fine end to the second over for Pembroke. And they've moved on for 10 for the loss of no wickets. As I say, that camera view you're seeing at the moment, very much subject to the wind. Camera perched on top of the sight screen. Had a fine conversation with the head of cricket yesterday about trying to do away and get permanent camera post rather than the sight screen. Once the difficulties were explained to him, he argued himself out of that position. once we explain the difficulties, he's going, oh, okay, you can't do that. Well, what about, no, we couldn't do that. No. So, yeah, the only way to do it would be to have some sort of frame. Just not practical under the current situations. So at the moment, you'll have to put up with camera on one side of the pitch. It does open up the offside. Umpire wisely just letting that one go through. Today's umpires are Abhijit Haralika and Harshal Shah. Might just be watching. This one goes down the leg side. The umpire very quick to call it wide. I don't know, perhaps he's given up umpiring. Well, another wide ball. Let's see if we can't do something about this camera angle for you. No. That might still lie.
Next one.
So, unfortunately, the pole at the moment on the right-hand edge of the sight screen with a left-arm bowler from this end. Well, one hopes that the captain swaps their ends soon enough. This one goes straight through to the keeper. Another good over for Pembroke. Nitin Sharma now, 2 overs, 0 for 9. Ethan Clark has moved on to 5. And McDarragh Cosgrave, he's on 8. And Pembroke 16 for the loss of no wickets after 3 overs. Well, if you are coming down to Pembroke today, and I certainly recommend attending fully, then I would say wrap up warm. The wind currently coming from the Dublin Mountains. And, well, not howling across the ground, but not far off either. Certainly a bit on the chillier side. It's almost woolly hat day today. Declan de Kock continuing now from the St John's end, starting the 4th over. That's much tidier. Sorry, I lined up. Left arm over No great pace, but he is moving it across the right-handed batsman. Good angle of attack. Left arm overs, of course, always popular. Thank you very much. Well, I have to say, considering the temperature and the weather, there aren't very many jumpers on show in the fielding side. Although I suspect there's a few undershirts. Polyester clothing, never the best defence against wind anyway. Another one down the leg side, another wide. That's something that de Kock is going to have to look at. Perhaps it is the wind blowing across the ground is taking the ball more down the leg side than de Kock wants. So, quiet, sedate enough start. Pembroke toodling along, picking up some runs. Opening partnership going well. A little bit of encouragement. You wonder if the clapping is encouragement for the bowler or just a way of keeping your hands warm out there at the moment. This one runs off the edge of the McDarrow's bat down towards third. It'll just be a single. And that will bring Ethan Clark back on strike. And once again, we'd like to apologise for the language of our production team. Well, that seemed to come off the inside edge to me and to the batsman as well. I think even the bowler realised. And that ends de Kock's second over. Just between overs, we'll see if we can't bring you some much needed information. That is not the Pembroke batting order, but it is the Pembroke 11. 4 overs gone. 4 extras, 18 for none. And Ntini, Nitin Sharma, he's going to continue. And McDarrow crashes a lovely shot. Shot of the day in the 5th over. Well, it might not be shot of the day come the end of the day, but at the moment it's the best we've seen. And McDarrow, Cosgrave crashes one through extra cover, again down towards the bar. Obviously a favourite spot for watching from. Sharma coming with a little bit more pace on this occasion. Didn't like being smacked through the covers. This one just ran down to gully by the batsman. 22 for the loss of no wicket now.
Now you can see the problem with fixing the camera. And
Yeah,
I said I don't know what's going to happen when they bring on a left armour, and then they open with it.
yeah, opening with the left arm, and well, it's not even opening with the left arm. It's opening from the left arm from St John's End. If they'd opened at different ends, we'd have been fine. Wind rattling around in our production tent today. You can hear the strength of the wind through our ground mics. It's not too cold a wind, but it's not warm either. So how did your weekend go? What did you do on Saturday? I got to enjoy one of Pembroke's lunches. Bavon are doing an absolute fabulous job. I only had the lamb, but the bacon looked good as well. This one goes down the leg side for a wide ball. Bowler appealing. Another dot ball. Pembroke making steady progress. Well dug out.
Good one, Ned.
Well played by Ethan Clark, playing it back down the pitch. And I see on his first lap today, perhaps slightly underdressed for the weather, Pete Prendergast. Another one of his impressive collection of hats on display today. New York Yankees hat today. Morning, Peter. Nicely played away on the offside, beating the man behind points, running down to third man, and it's another single for Ethan Clark. It'll move him on to 6. Darragh Cosgrave on 14 now. He's going at a runner ball. And the Pembroke score moves on to 26 for the loss of no wickets. Yes, very little blue sky about. I can see little patches here and there, but unfortunately, the sun is well and truly covered today, this morning. Well, this afternoon, early afternoon now, of course. Oh, that one's just full and on the leg side, and Darragh Cosgrave doing a fabulous job just to clip it fine. It's another 4 runs. That will bring up 30 for Pembroke, and it'll take Darragh Cosgrave on to 18 at the end of the 5th over. And Sharma, he's gone for 21 off his 3. And this is a fine start from Pembroke. Opening partnership of 30 already. Yeah, so no matter where you're watching or how you're watching, hope you're enjoying our broadcast here from Sydney Parade today. A little bit on the chilly side. Declan O'Toole now for his 3rd over. It's short, outside off. It induced the shot he wanted from the batsman. But on this occasion, didn't get an edge, just carried through. Again, I can only apologise for carrying a suitcase. Kit bags we see more than enough of. A little bit shorter from de Kock there, but at least making the batsman play this time. The ball just running out onto the leg side. Darragh practices his golf shots. This one just going across, sliding across the right-hander. McDarrah leaving that one alone. One feels if Ducott puts another one down there, though, McDarrah might not be able to resist the temptation to look to Cow, to look to us down here in the broadcast area. This one tighter on the body, just played away. And that will end the over. The score has moved on to 33 for the loss of no wicket. McDarrah Cosgrave, he's moved on to 18. And Eli Clark, he's on 7. And most importantly for Pembroke at this stage, no wickets down. Well, it's a change of bowling at the far end.
Is it?
Well, change of bowling at the nursery end now. S. Sandys coming in for his first over.
Come on, Sean. Come on, buddy.
Sean Sandys.
Sean.
What's different?
It's taller.
You should have noticed where the bottom was.
Oh, cracking shot to start, but what a great piece of fielding. Absolutely fabulous piece of fielding on one of the practice wickets, diving down to his left. And that was beautifully stopped. A super piece of fielding, that. Changing the field for McDarrah Cosgrave. And Sean Sandys now coming in for his second delivery. Kind of got away with that one, saved by his fielder. And this one's played down to third, past the man in gully. Oh. Despite as the fielder tried to bring the batsman to run a second. But it didn't work, and he got the ball back in time. Just another single. Another one outside off. Clark just looking to run it down again to third. Not getting across to it. Well, from the reaction of the bowler, he thought it had taken an edge, gone through to the keeper, and the keeper, unfortunately, letting it hit the ground. And you can tell from the keeper there, he's disappointed with himself. Just came up a little too early, and then couldn't get back down to complete the catch. And again, played down to third. Well, busiest fielder on the ground at the moment. Another run onto the board. And these two making a most steady start. McDarrah batting at the pace he usually does. Better run a ball. Ethan Clark just a little bit more circumspect, but they're both still there, and that's the important thing for Pembroke at this stage. This one's in the air and played round to third, and the fielder having to make a lot of ground to get there, and he doesn't get there. The attempted foot stop, unfortunately, wasn't enough. The ball ran past the rope. 4 more runs. I see the Merrion coach Nicky on the ground. A couple of people sitting alongside the wall. I see Pete Prendergast sat down with Bill Whaley at the moment. But as you can imagine, there aren't too many people down here at the moment. It's early afternoon, it's a bit breezy. However, I'm starting to see a bit more blue sky around the place, and perhaps this wind might just blow a few more of the clouds away and then disappear itself. And this is the replay of the one just takes the edge of the bat, goes through to the keeper, and he couldn't quite hang on to it. First slips reaction, and I feel the first drops of rain. Well, I'm feeling my first. There'll be one of those showers just dropping through. You're going to go and try and find your voice again. No. Nicely run down by Clark, just pushing the bat at the ball, letting it run off the face. Again, most of Pembroke runs seem to be scored at third man at the moment. No, I'm okay, I think. Where are you going shopping? Okay. Just an egg roll. Yeah. Please. De Kock is still continuing from the St John's end. I'll be back with you in just a second. Leave you with peace and quiet and the pictures of this Pembroke seconds versus Marion seconds game. Nice shot. No run. Sean Sandys, he's continuing from the nursery end. He's 4 balls through this over, 2 balls left. The score has moved on to 45. Oh, he does well to keep that one out. Using bat, foot, pad, anything he can, stop the forward momentum of that delivery. Cracking shot, just slight misfield in the covers. Lets them through for the single. We'll take the score on to 46. Ethan Clark moves on to 13. Derek Cosgrave, he's still going along at just slightly better than a runner ball. He's moved on to 25 now. 4 fours he's hit. Just the 1 4 for Ethan Clark so far. But it's been a good start to the game. Good start for Pembroke. Good opening stand. 46 now on the board. Declan de Kock, he's continuing from the St John's end. Left arm over. And this time, Clark, well, looking to leap onto that delivery. Not quite getting that. There's plenty of food stuff inside. Becker's Bakes, providing sustenance to the production staff today, and this is going to be tight. Direct hit could have had him in trouble. It took a dive at the end for McDowell Cosgrave, but he got there safely. First bit of excitement in the field, really. Well, that's a good, well-taken single inside the ring from McDowell Cosgrave. Just pushed the ball down the ground, and once it beat the bowler, he headed off. Another single onto the score. Strangled appeal as it rattled into Ethan Clark. This is a 2nd v 3rd game in the second 11 Premier League.
Chasing Railway. Bit of a gap.
Well, Pembroke will be delighted with this start. 48 runs on the board, no wickets down. Well, he pulled the bat away from the body there. Did the bowler. Life of its own then. De Kock in his 5th over now.
Don't move the side screen after this over anyway. I have to pull it back because he has another over, so be it.
Well, the trials and tribulations of club streaming. Well, that's the end of the over. 48 runs on the board now. That's 10 overs done. Pembroke will be delighted. 48 for the loss of no wickets after the first 10. July the 2nd. Who'd have thunk it? Paul Reynolds, of course, providing his little snapshots of today's games. Pembroke hosts third place Merrion and a second 11 Premier League cracker. Merrion's last win in a league game in Sydney Parade was a record-breaking affair, with Marion clocking up 364 for 6, thanks to 72, 161. And it certainly was a record-breaking day that day. Last time these two sides met, Pembroke suffered. Another one hit straight out to the fielder. Square on the offside. Dot ball. Well, you can see from the trees in the background of your picture there is a bit of a breeze here today in Sydney Parade. But for right now, the sunshine has found a gap in the clouds. She looks, well, warmer than it is.
Not quite as windy as yesterday.
No, not quite.
Well, saying that. Picks up.
Yeah, you can hear the wind rustling through the trees surrounding Sydney Parade. Sandy's Cummins in again. And that's a cracking shot from McDara Cosgrave, almost just a block on the offside. Powered through, ran right down to where the scorers are sitting. 4 more runs onto the board, and that's the 50 partnership for Pembroke. 52 for none. That's just a cracking start. Similar sort of shot, not the same result though. This time it pops straight into the fielder's hands on the bounce. And a dot ball. So 50 half-century partnership for the openings. Captain Joe Prendergast, well, he must be sat on the sidelines delighted with these two. Ethan Clark promoted from the thirds after his century last week, or the week before. And again, McDara just pushing it out on the offside. And good running from these two. There seems to be a good understanding. And that's the end of the over. Is this a change of bowling? It appears to be a change of bowling now at the St John's end. Beautiful sunshine there now. We'll bring you the bowler's name as soon as it pops up on your screen and you can read it yourselves. Well, you'll read it just as quickly as I do. First ball right on the money, dug out. Sharma it is now from the St John's end. He's swapped ends. This is his 4th over. Clark just playing it, or McDarrah rather, McDarrah Cosgrave playing it down to third man, takes the single. He looked for a second, but seemed to have a little slip at the end of his first run, and that prevented him going back for two. Making a change to the field now for Ethan Clark. Nicely clipped off his legs to square leg, but there is a fielder there. No run taken. Nicely played though by Ethan Clark. He's put a lot of work and a lot of practice in this year. Hardly a day goes by without seeing him in the nets for one or two times. Himself and Joe Prendergast currently vying for what used to be Pooh Sharma's title of he who attends the nets the most. But so many times you see Ethan down with his brother Eli, Dad feeding deliveries, getting the practice in. No footwork from Clark on this occasion, just bending down and waving the bat towards the ball. That's no good for him, nor for Pembroke. And he decides to reset. He's checking his middle guard. Well, that's a smart, mature move from the young man. Just resetting. He knew that previous shot wasn't one he wanted to play. Switch off and start again. Turn it off and turn it on again. This time just played away on the offside. Nicely done. Just at the break, we will after this over, we'll show you the batting card as it stands. He's given him out. Well, there did seem to be a noise. It wasn't a wholehearted, full-throated appeal, but it was enough. And the umpire raised the finger, and that's the end of Ethan Clark. They put on 55 for the first wicket. And it's a fine start for Pembroke, but on this occasion, you'll see here, through the replay, just enough to get a tickle. And this time the keeper keeping the ball off the ground. And Ethan Clark had to depart. He was gone. Ethan Clark departs for 14 off 39 deliveries. Just the 1-4 in his innings, but he provided fine support for McDarrah Cosgrave. Now that's the first wicket for Merrion, with the last ball of Sharma's first over from the St John's end. I thought they should have started with the right armour from this end anyway.
For our camera, yes.
For production values, but also I always feel that St John's end is better for your number one bowler. So they bring on the left arm around bowler now from the other end. And it appears it's Captain Joe Prendergast who has come in at number 3 today. Bats number 9 or 10 on the first, bats number 3 on the seconds. And of course, we won't forget his heroic rearguard action, which saw Pembroke overcome Brigade when it looked like we were doing our best, or Pembroke were doing their best to exit the Irish Senior Cup at that stage. However, Joe Prendergast produced a fabulous innings. To hold up one end, whilst the runs slowly but surely came to the bat of Lorcan Tucker. Lorcan, of course, who's down in Zimbabwe at the moment, waiting to see who Ireland's next opponents will be. Nepal needed 161, I think, to win their game, and that would see them taking on Ireland on Tuesday. And what a scalp that would be for the Nepalese if they can get through to that game, and perhaps even take 7th place in this qualifying competition. Neither side, of course, in the Super Sixes. And at the moment, Zimbabwe and Sri Lanka are battling for that top spot.
Watching a Tuesday game, you get that far talking about Ireland, Nepal potentially not mention the leggy who could have been out there.
Well, he could have been playing here today. Andy Leonard, instead, he's out in Zimbabwe doing what he does. The left arm around spinner, spin, Forkin. Daniel Forkin with his left arm spin from the nursery end. Nicely played away to square leg. Fielder has to run 5 yards, and that 5-yard distance allows the batsman to get through. And that will bring Joe Prendergast onto strike. Yet to face a ball, of course. Ethan Clark falling to the last ball of the previous over. With just one ball left in that over, Joe Prendergast pragmatic, just keeping out his first delivery. And as I said, between the overs, we said we'd do it at the last over, but of course that wicket falling off the last ball put pay to that. And there is the Pembroke batting card at this stage, flashing across your screen. Sharma going short and wide with that one, cut away down to third man, where the leisurely taken first run meant there was no chance of a second when there was a misfield. Temperature seems to have moved up a degree or two. Sunshine now out there. The wind has blown a few clouds away from the sun. You get the feeling it's one of those days where the sunshine will be more like a strobe light. A few changes to the field. He's got a third man. He's got a slip. He's got a point. Covers, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man down on the boundary at the clubhouse. Well, when you look in the book, it just says a single. It doesn't matter how you get there or how you do it. Well, if you were here yesterday, you'd have seen Pembroke take 25 points in their championship game against North Kildare. Oh, that's disappointing. Leading edge has just popped back up to the bowler. And that is not how McDarrow wanted that one to go. He now departs. score moves on to 58 for 2. And our own Pembroke in danger of blowing this half-century opening partnership that they had between Clark and Cosgrave. And now we have 2 new batsmen at the crease and the score 58 for 2. And it's amazing how quickly things can change. And there we go. Just the leading edge popping back up to the bowler. I'm not sure I could have bent down that far. Certainly not today anyway. Just at knee height. And the disappointment on the batsman's face. Well, his body language showed exactly what he thought of that. Next in, according to the list I've been given and according to your screen, is Greg Hollins. Greg, who was the strength and conditioning coach for Cricket Ireland, has now moved on to a new role with the IRFU, change of sport for him. I'm sure he's enjoying the challenge that that's bringing, the sevens and the women's game. But he's also enjoying his cricket with Pembroke at the moment. We'll face his first ball from Sharma, who now has 2 for 24. Sharma goes a bit shorter, it's cut away on the offside and there'll be a single taken through the misfield. You say misfield, but let's be honest, he stopped it. Could easily have gone racing away, so just a single. Wind coming from a totally different direction today. More from the west. That's the end of the over. And we'll just show you the bowling figures to date. You can see Sharma, he's been the most successful of the bowlers, 2 for 25. Also the most expensive, but he won't mind those 2 wickets. That's what Marion are looking for at the moment. So 14 overs gone. And as you see from that screen, Pembroke scoring at 4.21 an over. 9 extras in 14 overs. And 59 for 2. Well, the left arm spin. Daniel Forkin from the SMC end. Played out on the offside. Nicely played away on the offside. There's plenty of protection there for the bowler. It'll just be a single. It'll bring Hollins on to strike. The wind seems to have, I say warily, reduced in velocity. Hollins just letting that one go past his off stump. Collins clipping this one away to the offside boundary. The fielder doing his best to let it slip past him to the rope, but on this occasion, not enough momentum. And that's the end of the over. 62 for 2. Daniel Forgan, he'll be happy enough. Just 4 runs from his 2 overs so far. Well, unsurprisingly, Merrion persisting with Sharma. He's taken the 2 wickets to fall so far. He's now going into his 6th over. And one wonders how long the Merrion skipper will keep him going. Wide ball outside the off stump. Collins just content to let that one go by. Let one more be added to the total. As 1:30 clocks by. First hour of this game now done. A few more people making their way down to the ground now. Fine way to spend your Sunday afternoon. I see the door for the bar is open. Plenty of cricket on around the world at the moment, as well as the qualifying tournament in Zimbabwe. Of course, the Australian women are in the middle of their Ashes battle with England. A fine T20 win last night. It was an exciting finish. Well, worth the watch. The Irish women, of course, were in the West Indies, playing the 3rd ODI. And lost by 6 wickets, but the heroic performance by Gabby Lewis, 95 not out in the Ireland innings. She opened and saw it all the way down to the fall of Amy Maguire's wicket, which saw Ireland all out, but by that stage they had reached over 200. And that's nicely picked up. Beautiful shot. Just in his arc, and Hollins crashed that one over to the leg side mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs onto the total. And while the scoring rate had slowed with the loss of those 2 wickets, it's shots like that that will bring it back to where Pembroke would be hoping for. Super shot from Greg Hollins. 67 for 2 now. 16 overs. And these two having to re-establish a partnership after both openers were out, well, quite close together. Daniel Forkin now, of course, will continue from the SMC end. Invoices in the post, Steve. Just played out in the offside by Captain Joe Prendergast. He'll want to be leading from the front today with both bat and ball. Well, they look for a cheeky single. Hollins sent him back straight away. And what a wise call that was. Prendergast's getting well down the track, defending that one out in the offside. This one, flashing blade from Prendergast, and it just sort of flew away to short third. No single, but it wasn't off the middle of the bat, that was for sure. That one coming off the edge, giving hope to the fielding side. This time, Prendergast has more of the face of the bat on the ball, but finds the fielder at point. Brooke will be hoping that Prendergast doesn't get frustrated and succumb to such frustration. This time he manages to get one between the two fielders. It's running away. The boundary rider is running down, but the ball beats him. Makes it to the fence. 4 goes onto the total, and Prendergast gets his first boundary of the day. That's the end of Fawkins' third over. He's now gone for 8. Still very economical, even with that boundary. And the score has moved on 71 for 2. Prendergast, he's on 6, and Hollins on 7. And these two, well, they're starting to put together a bit of a stand, which is what Pembroke needed after the loss of those 2 wickets. First wicket fell at 55, the second fell at 58. And as for the third, well, you, I, and them will all have to wait and see. Sound of police sirens and darts running past. But as I turn up the ground mics, you can just hear that wind howling across the ground.
Let's go, buddy! Come on, Marion!
So a change of bowling now at the St John's end. Peter Fawkin now. At the St John's end.
Good one, Pete. Good one, Dan.
This one just going through to the keeper as the batsman just showing the bat to it. And Hollins now good running from from Joe Prendergast, making sure there were 2 for that, and that Hollins got full value for his shot. Hoik through the leg side.
Beautiful, Pete. Come on, lads.
Just that one loose delivery so far by Peter Fawkin. And there's a second one, and this time Hollis, well, he's planted it into the apartment's garden. 6 runs, and there'll be a short break of a few moments now because they're going to need a new ball. Well, that was a fabulous shot from Hollins. He was onto it so quickly and just lifted it over the square leg boundary. 6 runs onto the total. The score goes on to 79. These two have now put on 21, and Fawkin finishes his first over, 8 runs off it. Greg Hollins has moved on to 15, and Captain Joe Prendergast, he's on 6. There'll be a short break now while Merrion fetch another ball, and you'll have to excuse me for 5 minutes as nature is calling and we're a long way away from the clubhouse. Well, after my call of nature, wouldn't you know it, a wicket has fallen. Joe Prendergast bowled. And that has brought Christopher King to the wicket. He gets off the mark with a thickest edge. Ran down to the St John's end. This time getting well behind the ball, just playing it out on the offside. 83 for 3 after Daniel Fawkins' first wicket. 1 for 12 now from his 4 overs, and Pembroke have moved on to 83 for 3. As I say, it's a blustery day here today in Sydney Parade. You can probably hear the wind howling through. You can see the trees in the background there. Well, they're certainly enjoying the moves. Moving like I do on a dance floor, really. Swaying backwards and forwards. Pembroke 6-11 are out in Adamstown today. I'm sure we won't have live scoring from there. Peter Forgan now continuing his work, just making a change in the field. Man going down to, well, what I would call sort of short third. Fielder doing a good job there for his bowler. Peter Forgan now bowling from the St John's end. Well, King keeps out Daniel Forgan's first delivery of his 5th over. Plenty of chirp in the field for Merrion now. They feel they're right in this game. 3 wickets down, 85 on the board. King just letting that one go down the offside, through to the keeper. Another one he just lets go through. One big black cloud above the SMC end today. That looks like it might be carrying some rain. Hopefully it will stay down the Liffey Valley. All we want from the SMC end, really. A bit of sunshine and joy. Holland's just playing that one down. That completes Falkin's 5th over. He has figures of 13 for 1, 1 for 13, and Pembroke at 86 for 3. I used it to jam the sight screen last night. Stop it rolling. Well, it'd be Peter Falkin to continue now. Falkins at both ends. Peter bowling from the St John's end. Daniel bowling from the SMC end. Well, that's not out by any stretch of the imagination, despite the appeals. Bit of blue sky out to the left, out to the west. Hopefully that will come and join us soon enough. Chris King cutting this one away, but that fielder at deep gully. Short third. Cutting off any possibility of a single. King again displaying one off on the outside. He's just waiting for the right delivery. This one well wide. King just lets it go through. He's on 6 so far. And now there's a change in the field. And they've pushed the man right back out on the boundary at mid-wicket. 3 men out on the leg side now. Plenty of room in front of the batsman on the leg side just to push one out and take 1. And if it's hit at the right pace, maybe even 2. Sammy the Seagull joining us again today. This time Holland's cracking it through the offside. It will just be a single with the boundary rider doing a good job, keeping that one in play. This time, nice shot out in the offside, nice bit of fielding, no run. Well, that's good cricket all round. Nice delivery. King doing exactly the right thing. Just keeping that one out. This time, a bit more force in the shot, but again, finds the fielder. Another dot ball. This time, King staying on the back foot, just playing it back down towards the bowler. Another good over this from Daniel Forgan. Obviously enjoying bowling from the SMC end. This one, though, he went down the leg side. There'll be two there for King. Ran the first one quickly. Sammy the Seagull joining us today. Getting his first bit of Becker's bait. Well, certainly an interesting spectator on the ground. We recognise Sammy from his 3 stripes. Nicely played out the leg side. Saw immediately that the fielder was going to have trouble getting to it. Took the single. One more. Nicely played away by King on the leg side. Enough just for a single. Peter Forgan now, bowling from the opposite end to the SMC end. Well, I can tell you that out in Adamstown, Pembroke are batting first, and after 6 overs, they've reached a score of 38 for 1. More details as we get them, obviously. This one played out mid-wicket on the boundary, just enough for a single. I'm liking Sammy's new haircut, the way the feathers on the back of his head are standing up this morning. Chris King just playing that one back down the pitch. End of another over. 92 for 3 now. And just one more over before drinks. Well, those of you who tuned in yesterday, watched the firsts. Taking on North Kildare and doing so very well. Scored 368. Last few overs did disappear for a lot of runs. Many thanks to Kevin Ryan, providing the score at Adamstown, as Greg Hollins plays one out in the offside. Far enough away from the fielder to let him get through for a comfortable single. These two games together when the score was on 58. They're putting together a neat little partnership for Pembroke, and that's what they needed, just to reset after the departures of both openers and captain Joe Prendergast. Well, there's a lot of blue sky up there now, and that big heavy cloud seems to have gone past us without dropping any rain at all. Chris King gets hold of this one, swiveled on it. It was on the leg side, and he's pumped it away for 4 runs behind square on the leg side. And that really super shot by King takes him on to 13, takes the score on to 97. Well, these two have put on 39 together now, as the sunshine is now bathing Sydney Parade. However, the wind chill factor, well, it's got to be worth, I'd say, -5, 6 degrees at this stage. The high on the weather app this morning said 18. And I wouldn't say it's anywhere near that at the moment, especially if you're in the wind. Another one played out on the offside. Slight misfield allows King to get through for the single. Just 2 more balls now until the drinks break. Yay! It's turning into a lovely afternoon here at Sydney Parade. If you can find a spot that's out of the wind and in the sun, it would be glorious. It's days like this you wish we had a greenhouse that you could sit inside, be out of the wind and but in the sun. Well, that's over up. Umpire knocks a bail off, says that's drinks, and the players head over to the pavilion. Pembroke have reached 98 for 3 in the first 25 overs. Greg Hollins, he's on 20. Chris King, he's on 14. We'll take you through the batting card now. He says, looking for it on the screen. As you can see, well, Pembroke got off to a flying start with McDara Cosgrave and Ethan Clark. Joe Prendergast didn't last too long. But these two now, they've put on 40 for the 4th wicket so far. They've been 10 extras, and 98 for 3 is the score. Run rate just below 4 and over. And at this stage, your commentator's going to take a short break and join you again after drinks. Well, post-drinks break. A couple of deliveries. Peter Vaughan it is. From St John's End. Steady progress more from Pembroke than anything else at this stage. Thank you.
Double egg, ravioli and cheese.
Everything better with cheese. King latching onto one on the leg side, playing it out to deep square leg. Another single onto the board. Pembroke reached 99. Put a flake in it. 26 overs gone. 99 for 3. On what is still quite a blustery day. Not too many in the crowd today. Perfect. Yes. Yeah. Daniel Vaughan into his 8th over now from the SMC end. This time, King swipes at it. It goes right down towards the bar, into the clubhouse. Fielded on the sidelines next to the scorers. 4 for King, and that takes Pembroke over 100. It's taken them 3 wickets, and this is the 27th over. And these two have put on 45 for the 4th wicket. Vaughan tossing that one up, trying to tempt King again. King playing this one a bit behind square on the offside. No chance of a single though. Fielder right on that. Double-decker egg.
Yes, 2 eggs. Piece of cheese in the middle.
Well, King played that one with a fine edge. Good bit of fielding by the young man. He tells the umpire he was touching the ball when he was across the line. 4 gone to the total. King picks up another 4.
You as well. Instincted so, and I thought you as well. Here you go.
The replay of the fielding. Yep. His hand was still on the ball when he was on the rope. He's fixing that now. And now Peter Vaughan from the St John's End continuing. Oh, that's sloppy. Very sloppy play by Marion. Throwing the ball to the wicketkeeper, nobody backing up, and it's gone for 4 runs. Well, That is a most fortunate 4 for Pembroke.
How many did he get?
Switched off, so I didn't see it.
How many did Ethan get? Any? Oh, right, okay.
I had to take a comfort break, and between walking to the clubhouse and walking back, Joe got bowled. Well, I don't know what the delay here is. Just checking with the scorers. The bowler has the ball in his hand.
Stand there when I'm
Well dug out by Hollins. He's playing a very steady innings here. He's moved on to 24. These two, of course, now have put on their 50 partnership. 53 now. 28 overs gone. Peter Forgan, 0 for 18 from his 6 overs. And it'll be Daniel Forgan again from the SMC end. He's bowling straight through here. This will be his 9th over. He's 1 for 30 so far from 8. At some stage, Pembroke are going to need to increase their scoring rate. Despite the despairing chase of the fielders, the ball reaches the boundary. 4 more for King, moves him on to 27. And Pembroke get off Nelson. King again looking for the same area. Changing the field though. Okay. Yeah. See how you feel. Well, take something out of it if you want it. We're not going to eat all of that. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Of course you can. Well, it's windy and blowy here in Sydney Parade today. One hopes that wherever you are in the on the island of Ireland or elsewhere, you're not quite suffering with the same There's another bag inside anyway, I think. Yeah. Well, see you. I'll see you when I see you. Oh, you changed car, did you? Oh, right.
Bowling, Peter, keep going, Pete.
Well, in the news around the grounds, many thanks to George. He's playing with the fours, where the fours are batting first. And they're 60 for 2 off 14 overs, with Naveen and Dan Murray in batting at the moment. And in Adamstown for the sixes, they're 87 for 1 off 14 overs. Well, Hollis drives that one straight down the ground. King does his best to get out of it. And for those of you of a certain vintage, he did so a la Clive Radley. And Geoffrey Boycott hit his 100th 100 in Headingley in 1977. Sure, a few of our viewers weren't born at that stage. End of the over, 120 for 3. Just 20 overs left now. And this will be Daniel Fawkins' final over from the SMC end. Many thanks to those of you around the grounds. Hollins with a nice solid defensive shot. For no run. Well, this is played out on the offside up towards the changing rooms. Just a single. Fielder out there for that shot now. Two fielders out on the offside. One out on the leg side. But Fawkins has bowled with enough control that he's only needed the three fielders outside the ring. Four. Sorry, deep mid on is there as well. Deep long on, even. The wind picking up again, more from the southwest. Hollins hitting that one nowhere near where he intended. He wanted to play it out in the offside, shot out on the leg side, inside edge of the bat. This time played out in the offside. That's the end of the over. That's the end of Daniel Fawkins' spell. 1 for 37 from his 10 overs. And that's been a fine spell. 10 overs on the trot from the SMC end. And he has kept, well, the scoring rate down at a reasonable level. 37 runs coming from his 10 overs. 31 overs gone now. Not quite the home straight, but certainly coming off the final bend towards that home straight. And it will be Peter Fawkins to bowl his 8th over from the St John's end. Misfield there inside the circle, allows them to, King to get through for the single. That takes him on 32. the feeling these two are going to want to just push on now. 50 partnership, they're well established. 27 for Hollins, 32 for King. Well, when I said push on, didn't mean quite like that. And Greg Hollins has pushed back a tame shot back to the bowler, caught and bowled. Well, that's the 4th wicket down, 1, 2, 3 on the board. It was a good partnership between King and Hollins, but Hollins, well, he's dragging himself off the pitch at the moment. He really disappointed with that shot. He's just pushed at it, and he's pushed it too hard, and back to Peter Forkin, and he picks up his first wicket, and he's now 1 for 23, and this is 8th over. Here's the replay. As you can see, just followed through too much with the bat, and the disappointment, well, obvious to anybody watching the body language of the batsman. He's just patted it back to the bowler, slightly too much on it, and you can see head thrown back, trudging from the ground. And that's the 4th wicket down. New batsman, GM boy choice, Dale McDonough. He'll be facing his first delivery from Peter Forkin. 1, 2, 3 for 4. Again, Pembroke are putting together some nice little partnerships, but then, well, they're not throwing it away, but certainly seem to be more giving it away than having it taken away. Just blocks out his first delivery. 2 balls remaining in the over. That's pushed through on the leg side. Long on, moving 15 yards infield to collect that. And Dale McDonough, he's off the mark on his second delivery. That brings Chris King back. He's on 32 at the moment. Pushes that one just to the wide of the fielder, allowing him to trot through for a single. Well, it is a change of bowling now. Daniel Forkin, he's bowled his allocation. So, new bowler, Duxtra. Sebastian coming on for his first over. It'll be Chris King to face the first delivery from Sebastian Duxtra. Good length to start with. King quite wisely just playing that one back down the track to the bowler. Be hard to control the leg spinners in this breeze. This time King playing back to one that perhaps he'd like to play again. July 2nd, into the second half of 2023, into the second half of the 2023 season. This one a bit wider. King not getting the full face of the bat to it, but getting enough on it to be able to take the single. Dale McDonough coming in at number 6 today. Full toss, played out on the leg side. A late decision not to go for the run. This time, line of the ball. Line of the ball more on the pads. Allowing McDonough just to play it around the corner and call King through for the single. Sorry, that last partnership was 46 runs. Another rain-bearing cloud. Well, not quite above Sydney Parade, but not far off either. Hit with some real power on the offside, but the fielder managing to parry it down to the ground. One, 2, 7 for 4. Yet again, another partnership broken. Pembroke having to start again. Chris King batting with a surety. But it's Dale McDonough now to face the bowling of Peter Falkin. Picked up a wicket in his last over. That of Greg Hollins with a nice, neat, but far too simple from a Pembroke point of view. Caught and bowled. Brilliant sunshine bathing the ground now. A lot of the cloud cover has actually disappeared now as Dale McDonough goes down and sweeps. Takes the single. Big appeal, and he's given. And that's the end of Chris King. He'll head back to the changing rooms with 34 to his name. He'll be feeling he's missed an opportunity of a half century at least there. But the 5th wicket falls, 128 on the board. Here's the replay. I'd like it again. He's gone round to swing that one round to the leg side. It's hit him on the thigh, and the umpire has given it out. And we'll see it just one more time. And you are the umpire. Would you have given this? Well, it doesn't pitch in line, but that doesn't matter. He certainly was playing a shot. I think that there's a possibility that the decision could have gone the other way without any doubt. could have gone either way. The umpire put his finger up and he's out LBW. Although one feels that if we'd been playing World Cup cricket and DRS was available, that would have been one to send straight back up to the third umpire. The third umpire with training and exams passed, as opposed to a commentator sitting here who's making decisions. Well, that brings Noah Smith now to the middle. Noah, who scored his maiden century last weekend. Unfortunately, our cameras weren't present on the ground on that day. Himself and Ethan Clark both scoring centuries for Pembroke that day. Third 11. And that's the end of Falkins over. That's 9 gone for him, and he has 2 wickets for 27 runs now. He'll be delighted with that day's work. One more over to go. One doesn't see his captain taking him off at this stage. So 129 for 5, and another 2 batsmen who need to establish themselves. Nobody on the Pembroke side has really pushed on today. Just 16 overs remaining now in this first innings, this Pembroke innings of this second 11 Premier League. Second versus third in this league. Both sides, well, they'll be looking to record this victory. Could shake up the league table. Keeps that one out. They certainly pick up 2 from the one that runs out to the boundary. Chance for a third is turned down. $132 for 5. Where are Pembroke going to end up is the question. We really need a partnership to establish itself. Well, it's the end of the second over for Sebastian Dijkstra. 5 runs conceded. Noah Smith, well, he's moved on to 2. Dale McDonough, he's on 4. And these two, well, they're going to have to put together some partnership now for Pembroke to reach heady heights. But with 15 overs to go. They'll be looking for a total around 250 if things go well. We're now reaching the stage of the game where Pembroke get through the next 5 overs with no more wickets. And that will allow them to have a lot of wickets. 5 wickets in hand for the last 10 overs. Dale McDonough just pushing that one round square leg. The fielder not fielding it cleanly, and that results well, I'm not sure our public want to see that. Readjustment of the thigh guard. Stripping of the trousers. Just 4 balls left now in Peter Falkin's spell. He's bowling his entire 10 from the St John's end. It's in the air, but it's going to fall short of the fielder on the boundary, and it will just be a single. But some real intent there from Dale McDonough. I think he'd rather have hit that one down into the ground, but as it was, it landed safely. Picked up another single. And it is just a gentle accumulation of runs for Pembroke at the moment. No real fireworks, just the 1-6 we've seen so far, and that was Greg Hollins popping it into the apartment gardens. Peter Falkin can be very pleased with his day's work so far. Just 2 balls left in his spell now. And one of them, well, Noah Smith has powered it out to the fielder on the offside boundary. He gets it in, can't stop him picking up 2. Oh. The breeze causing its own sorts of problems today. And that one goes through to the keeper. It's signalled a wide. Every run gratefully accepted by Pembroke at the moment. 137 for 5. Finding it tricky batting out there today. And that's the end of the Falkins bowling. Daniel and Peter now have bowled their 10 overs. Spin very much proving to be a way to do this now. I'm surprised you put that one up. There we go. There are the bowling figures so far, and you see Daniel and Peter have both completed their 10 overs. 1 for 37 and 2 for 33. So 3 for 70 for the Falkin family today. Sharma, the only other bowler to have taken wickets. He has 2. So this one played round on the leg side. It's going to run away to the boundary. Nothing's going to stop that. That's going to be 4 runs to McDonough. That'll take him into double figures, and it'll take Pembroke past the 140 mark. Well, that's the first boundary we've seen for a while. I see Phil Blackley just walking onto the ground. Another man who went with shorts today, but was also wearing a hoodie, so he was confused as many by the weather today. Trying to cut that one away on the offside. Plenty of protection on the offside for the bowler. Oh, McDonough shaping to play the reverse sweep. Bat twisting in his hand. As the dart rumbles past on its way down to the sunny southeast. Well, that one goes through to the keeper. Well left alone. This one a little bit wider. It's fired to the fielder, directly to him. But Smith, well, he's got the speed, he's got the youth to get down there for the single safely. And slowly but surely, as I say, it's a gentle accumulation of runs by Pembroke here. And one might almost say the same about Marion. It's been a gentle accumulation of wickets. 5 down now. Well, 37 overs gone now, just 13 remaining in this first innings, and Pembroke have moved on to 143 for 5. These batsmen starting to put a bit of a partnership together. It's what Pembroke need. As I say, 13 overs to go, 5 wickets in hand. There will be an assault on the bowling at some stage, but with just 5 wickets in hand at the moment, it may be a little early. Well, that train heading from the south, they'll be heading out to Malahide or to Hoath, depending where you want to go on your Sunday morning. Change of bowling now. Seems to be another brotherly pair. Dijkstra, Isaac bowling from the St John's end now. A 25-yard run up, so I'm guessing he's not a spinner. First ball just played away on the offside. Sighter for both bowler and batsman one fills. Decent medium pace from young Isaac. Just played away on the leg side for a single. That will bring Noah Smith on to strike. Yeah. Oh. Plenty of darts moving around for a Sunday. Short, Smith onto it quickly, plays it out square on the offside. There is a fielder out there, it will just be a single. Well, McDonough onto that one quickly. That's going to run away for a well-needed boundary for Pembroke. Crosses the mid-wicket boundary. The fielder, well, made a valiant chase around the boundary, but all he could do was fetch it. And 4 onto the board. Takes Pembroke up to 149 for 5. Changing the field now. The player coming over to the leg side. No. 5-4 field for Merrion at the moment. Captain trying to give him some extra protection on that leg side by bringing himself into mid-wicket. Just having a quick word with his bowler, making sure he's bowling to his field, making sure he's relaxed and calm. And he gets himself exactly in there for that. No chance of a single there with that fielder. Well, that's the end of the first over for Isaac. Just the 6 runs from it. 2 batsmen conferring now. There's Pembroke on the brink of passing 150. 38 overs gone now. Well, as I said, a gentle accumulation for runs for Pembroke and a gentle accumulation of wickets for Merrion. Noah Smith departs. He scored 5, and that's the 6th wicket down now for Pembroke, and they've still yet to cross that 150 mark. Well, they're going to be slightly disappointed with their batting display so far today. Nobody has really pushed on. Nobody's been out for very little. Noah the first to go for single figures. But nobody pushing on either. The Marion Hoddle will be a lot happier than the Pembroke bench.
There you go. Nice and slow.
And here's the replay of that dismissal. Goes to play it away, and all he could do was lift it straight to the fielder. That's what you call setting a field. And Smith will be disappointed with that. New batsman to the wicket now. Max Collins. Takes a leg stump guard. Six down now, 149 on the board. Good solid forward step. Tall man, Max Collins. He takes a step forward. He's getting a long way forward. Just played away on the leg side. Dot ball again. Just played away on the offside. Lets him get through for a single. Collins gets off the mark. 150 on the board for Pembroke now. In this, the 39th over. On the same wicket that Pembroke first scored 368 on. Well, miscommunication there. Collins sending his partner back. Well, just paddled round the corner by McDonough, and that's going to run away to the boundary. I can't see the fielder catching that, and he doesn't, and it's 4 more to the total. 4 more to McDonough. And that completes the 39th over. Just 11 overs remaining now. Again, the problem for Pembroke is just the 4 wickets remaining. First and foremost, they need to bat out those overs. Ten to 3 in the afternoon. As the breeze starts to pick up again. My goodness. this.
Bales have stayed on so much today and yesterday.
Yes. Yes, quite heavy bales, one suspects. Just clipped away down to third by Collins. It'll just be a single. The gentle accumulation continues. Loud, distinctive call of no for McDonough as he played it straight out to the fielder. As Niall has just said, it's amazing that the bales haven't been blown off by this gusty wind today, or indeed yesterday during the first game. This one just clipped off his hips, down to the man at long leg. McDonough looking for a second, but the fielder ensures they don't get it. And that will bring Collins back onto strike now. Well, more news from Corker Park. Pembroke 6-11 currently playing Adamstown in the Development League. Our mentors in Elder Lemons today, Mooney, Orion and Verpleck. Baseball Charlie out there. However, the score at the moment, 122 for 1 off 18. Somebody is scoring runs. And no news of the fourth 11 at the moment. Well kept out by Collins. McDonough calls him through for the single. 160 on the board now. And that's the end of that over. 40 gone, 10 to go. The score is 160. Oh, will be on your screen in a moment, I'm sure. Just under 4 and over. Another 10 overs to go. They want that to be at more than 4 and over. The two batsmen discussing it, having a look at the scoreboard, looking at the gaps on the field. The umpire signalling power play, last 10 overs. This has been a good performance from Merrion in the field. They've taken their chances. Just that one drop catch by the keeper early on. But by and large, the ground fielding has been very good. Deep mid on is now going out to long on. Two brothers bowling at the moment, Sebastian the leg spinner and Isaac the pace bowler. On this occasion, Pembroke taking 2 to that long on fielder. And that will take the score on to 161 for 6. And it's those 6 wickets down that are now providing sort of a mental block for Pembroke from pushing on with too much vigour. As Australia showed in the Women's Ashes T20 last night, wickets in hand, well, it makes such a difference. Despite them losing those wickets at the end of their innings, they managed to get over the finishing line. But it did make for an exciting game of cricket. They're looking for 2. Dale calls the first one quickly. Countermands the instruction with a firm no at the end of the first. Ball in the fielder's hands and made the right decision. So yes, Merrion, well, early on we had the fork in at both ends. Now we've got Sebastian and Isaac bowling away, bowling very nicely. 1 for 18 he has now, coming up to the end of his 5th over. Big appeal. Umpire raising his hand to his throat for some reason. But not out was the decision. And that's the end of the 41st over. 162 for 6. Dale McDonough has moved on 22 now. Max Collins on 8. Another budding partnership coming up. Partnership so far, 55 for the first wicket. 3 saw the departure of Darragh Cosgrave. 21 saw the departure of Joe Prendergast. You'll have to excuse these gaps, it's me doing the maths. 46 then saw Greg Hollins depart. And then just 5 before Chris King. And then Noah Smith departed 21 runs later. So all little partnerships with starts. But nobody really pushing on. And just that 1 half-century partnership, which promised so much early on. Clark and Cosgrave. But now Pembroke find themselves with 6 wickets down. They find themselves with the sun shining and the wind has dropped.
Ran in for a minute and come back out. It's sunny.
Do you know, if it just stayed like this for the rest of the day now, I'd almost start going to church again. Change of bowling now at the St John's end. Glutz. I'll find a first name for you now. Grant. Oh, that's going to be wide. Every one of these is helping Pembroke at this stage. Now, having looked at the team sheet, I can assure you that Grant is the only Glutz on the team. And we've seen the sets of brothers, Daniel and Peter, Isaac and Sebastian. Now as we do enter the finishing straight of this innings, the question is how many Pembroke are going to get. This is just going to be a single. One off the edge of the bat, forced it wide of the keeper, no slip in place. But third man came round behind the keeper, picked it up and saved 3 runs. Dan McDonough pushes this one up. Long on will come in and achieve it just to a single again. It seems to be single or nothing these days at the moment. We do see the occasional boundary, but too many deliveries between seeing boundaries. Means that the score now 166 for 6. And we now have just 8.1 overs to go. And that's a dot ball. That's the end of Glutz's first over. Only goes for 4 runs. And now with only a few overs to go now till the break, until Merrion will know how many they have to get in their 50 overs or less. But at the moment, it's McDonough and Collins in the middle for Pembroke. It'll be Sebastian to go again. age. Sure. I think it took me 42 years to get to that figure. Hang on, 2007. Yeah, 42. That's nicely sliced away by Tucker. The fielder was in the ring. It's gone down to third man. The biggest danger at the moment is that the two batsmen are going to run into each other. The fielder does pull it up in front of the fence. Pembroke just take the 3.
People might actually be able to hear you now.
Well, I feared that, but look, it happens. It happens. 205 for 6 now. So, if people can hear me now, and they haven't been able to hear me, let me reiterate. Eli Clark gets his maiden half century. And Rafe, is it Rafe Gordon? Yeah, one was Garland though. But many congratulations to Rafe. 100 for Pembroke sixes out in Adamstown, where they've put up 200 for the loss of 1 wicket. And here we are entering the final over of this second 11 Premier League game in Sydney Parade between second and third in the table. And at the moment, one would feel that Merrion are the happier team. Pembroke 208 for 8, 6 balls remaining. It's a big swing from Tucker. It's an inside edge. There is a fielder down there. It will keep it just down to a single. Rafe Duncan, of course. Yes. Well, that's magnificent. Many, many congratulations, Rafe. I bet that's an awesome feeling. No word of how the Falls are doing since their earlier update. Well, Rafe got his 100, and as it's the Development League, he then retired. And that's good work. Through to the keeper. Well bowled. Does the batsman on length. Yes, there's been quite a few centuries scored this year. I think it was 7 last year. Oh, it's a full toss. Cries from the sideline of no ball. The umpire agrees, signals no ball. And it will be a free hit. Field can change as the batsman had run. Of course, the other news I heard yesterday, which the 11 of you out there may or may not know, is that the very joyous occasion of Nick Stapleton proposing to his girlfriend, and she accepted. Some season Nick Stapleton is having so, and his parents were here yesterday to witness him not only scoring 120 odd, or close to 120, but he also picked up 4 wickets in the North Kildare reply. Graham Mooney was your commentator on that occasion. First time Graham's done a 50 over game by himself, and what a great job he did too. Well, 2 balls left in this innings. Tucker lifts one out to mid-on in the ring. They talk about the single. And he's given out, run out. He was looking for the second. It obviously wasn't there because he didn't make it more than a step down the pitch. And he couldn't make it back. And that's the 9th wicket down. But with 1 ball remaining. And at the non-striker's end will be comes down, you can see, goes for the 2-3 steps, 1, 2, 3 back. No, he was well short of his ground. He knew it, the fielder knew it, and most importantly the umpire knew it. He was on his way for a well-made 14. 2-1-3 for 8. And this now is giving, oh, yes. Finally, one big dirty cloud has come over.
With 1 ball, 1 wicket, they couldn't.
Luke Murray at the non-striker's end will start running now. Bill Whaley pushes it out on the leg side. It's cleanly fielded. They go for 2. They go to the other end, and he's safe. And that's the end of the innings. Rafe Duncan got 100.
I heard that, and Eli got 50 as well, apparently.
Yep. Yes, he did.
Right, get the covers on now. Go, Chris.
Well, that's the end of the innings. 50 overs are up. Pembroke did manage to use all of their resources. All 11 batsmen getting a go. 2-1-6 for 9. Bill Whaley not out 9. Luke Murray not out 0. And you know, excuse me a second. sign of the players joining them yet, but the umpires recreating the wickets. And we'll take you through what happened in that first innings. Here's the Pembroke batting card. Cosgrave and Clark, well, they put on 'Craig Hollins, well, he ended up just patting one back to Peter Forgan. And Chris King, well, he contributed well. Joint top scorer, along with Dara Cosgrave. Dale McDonough did well at the end. And then Noah Smith came and went. Max Collins contributed very well. Two for 5 they scored off 38. Excellent, thank you very much. That update. Returning here to the seconds, Bill Whaley came in and showed once again what experience can do for you. Pembroke just about ready to come onto the field now. We'll just take you through the bowling figures. Yes, saw that, posted that one on Twitter. That's magnificent. Rafe and Eli both getting centuries. There is the Merrion bowling card, just the 8 bowlers used. And one of the surprises was just how good the 6th change Grant Glutz did. 2 for 26 off 5 overs, coming in at the end of the innings where Pembroke were looking to score runs. But by and large, a lot of the work was put in by Daniel, Peter, Sebastian and Isaac, 2 sets of brothers. And they did very well for Marion. So Marion will be chasing 217 for victory. Pembroke will be looking to, well, you suspect that if Marion bat the overs, they will score the runs. So Pembroke will very much be looking to take 10 wickets in this second innings. And that was the progression of Pembroke's innings through the 50 overs. Fairly steady. And then Max Collins hit a couple of lovely boundaries to give it that little kink at the end. And then you can see regular wickets falling after that good opening stand. 55 they put on. And it was certainly one of the sort of opening partnership you'd want to see. Well, the Pembroke players now taking to the pitch. A couple of players have jumpers on. And my goodness, I don't blame them.
Yeah. Oh, he.
So it looks like it will be Luke Murray, brother Dan playing with the 4s, who are on 232 for 5 off 38 overs. But story of the day as far as Pembroke are concerned, well, that's Pembroke 6s playing in the Development League, Division 20. They've gone out to Corker Park where they're playing Adamstown, and they have set Adamstown 277 if they're to triumph. Pembroke, 2 Centurions in their lineup. Eli Clark and Rafe Duncan. Many congratulations to those 2 gentlemen. Eli got a century then. Brother Ethan also scored his maiden century in this past couple of weeks. He did his in the rarefied heights of the 3rd 11. So, Murray comes into bowl. This one goes down the leg side. Left-hander facing. Left-handers, the bane of Niall's life.
Let them have a left hand, right arm over, so it's out. Right arm over and left arm around. At this end, everyone else can be focused.
Yeah, they can bowl whatever they want from the other end. At this end, we like the sight screen to remain just where it is. And Luke Murray comes in again. Second ball from the SMC end. Right up about the batsman. It's played back down the pitch. Well, Pembroke will certainly be searching for an early wicket here. Daniel Forgan, well, he started with the ball earlier on. His partner now, Jay O'Hara. Well, some sort of appeal from first slip. I'm not sure what for.
Catch.
Really?
Yes.
He's got about as much chance of getting him out, timed out. There's a slight change in the field. Ethan Clark being moved alongside the microphones. Let's hope that he is aware this is a family show. This one's allowed to go down the leg side. The umpire's going to signal it wide. Lets everybody know. One for the camera. No, I'm sure it's not. One for the scorers. Full toss just played out square on the offside. Umpire saying it was ducking down enough. Oh, sorry, Max Collins it is who's opening the bowling from the SMC end. No appeal, small appeal, wide given. Well across by keeper Smith. My apologies, Max Collins. Well, the breeze here is going to be bringing Collins' balls back in towards the batsman. The wind going left to right as you look at it. Another one goes down the leg side. This time it beats the keeper. It beats the fielders. 4 wides, 5 onto the total. And at the moment, not a run has come off the bat, and 8 runs are on the board. Another one drifting round down to the leg side, another wide. He's now going to switch sides and go over. That will necessitate the moving of the other sight screen. The SMC print and design sign standing proud on that sight screen down at that end. It's much better coming over the wicket from Collins. Batsman not really in control of the shot. Now for the 10th ball of this over.
Good, Max, really good.
Well, that's much better from Collins since she switched to over the wicket. Well, Collins seems to have found his place, and it seems to be right arm over the wicket, even to the left-hander. Much better that way round. Not a single run scored off the bat, but 9 on the board. And now it will be young Murray bowling from the St John's end. Captain Joe Prendergast holding himself back at the moment. Well, he's taken an off-stump guard. I just felt that was an invitation. Oh, he's obviously doing it for a reference rather than his guard. So Luke Murray will open his account. Oh, this one flies past everybody. It's gone for 4 wides again. 5 onto the board. And this, well, it's not the ideal start for Pembroke. There are now 14 runs on the board, and every single one of them is an extra. Nothing scored off the bat yet. Forkin faced 6 deliveries. O'Hara, he's yet to face 1 legitimate delivery. Another one goes down the leg side. 15 on the board.
What do you reckon the record is? Most runs before a batsman gets
15 now. 16.
16.
Sydney's come back. Oh, he's put it down. Went through to Smith. Well, that is a let-off for O'Hara. Never seemed to get his feet right, Smith there. And a minute came through to him in a very awkward position. It's gone down the leg side, and with the contact, well, it was always taking a downward direction, and Smith couldn't stop it. Well, Forkin now facing. Leg by adds to the extra total. Once again, the left arm, or the right arm around, means that our picture is a bit regular, but mind you, that's not a bad angle to see, is it? See the shape that Murray's getting into the left-hander. Yep.
Don't worry. It won't stick. It won't stick.
Well, that's a no ball. Umpire just telling Dale McDonough why it was an no ball. Back foot outside the white line you can just see. Another dot ball. Well, if there's one positive for Pembroke at the moment, it's that the runs are not flowing from the bats. It looks like Falcon's gone down with cramp. Immediately Joe's there, trying to break his Achilles at the same time. It could be his hamstring. He's not in a good place. We'll take a small break in play here. Well, it won't be medical attention unless there's a doctor on the Marion team. But somebody will come out with a drink of water. I've always thought that the best treatment for a pulled hamstring is a drink from somebody else's water bottle. Equates right up there with the magic sponge of football and rugby fame. Well, his opening stand at the moment worth 18 runs. It's worth noting that no runs have been scored from the bats as yet.
They got all the extras for penalties. We have a bye.
We had a leg bye.
We have a bye.
No, because it was down the leg side, so it was wides. Much better ball from Murray as play resumes. I can tell you that 17 of the 18 extras have been penalties.
Don't have a bye.
No, but there was one leg bye. And the rest have been wides and no balls. Mainly wides. Another dot ball off the bat. We get to the end of the second over. The score is now 18 for the loss of no wickets. Max Collins did seem a lot happier when he came over the wicket to the left-hander. But as it is, he's going to have O'Hara facing as the sight screen takes its wibbly-wobbly way across your screen again. Late change in the field. Well, for the historians and the statisticians amongst you, how much longer is this going to go on for? And how high will the total get? With only 80 extras having contributed so far. It's been action-packed. One drop catch behind the sticks. One leg bye. And then a lot of penalties. And finally, there we go. The streak is broken. The ball runs away. Nobody's going to stop that. Reaches the boundary. And O'Hara gets off the mark. And that's the end of the streak. 18 then. 18 extras before a single run scored off the bat. But when it's scored, it's a good one to score. 22 for the loss of no wickets in this, the third over. Collins on this occasion just straying onto the batsman's pads. And O'Hara wasn't going to miss out there. He'd been patient, waiting. And when it was the right one, he did the right thing. Captain Joe Prendergast making a late adjustment in the field. Short and wide by Collins. Joe Prendergast, he'll be looking for a little more control from his bowlers. Fielded on the offside. Well, it's blustery and quite a wind chill fixture if you're coming down. Today's the day for, I don't know, Johnny Lyons' big leather coat. Well, I heard bat there. I don't think there's going to be too much argument with that. Joe Prendergast asking the question. I certainly heard two noises. Now, of course, two noises could have been front and back pad, but on this occasion, I'm pretty confident that one of those was the willow of a cricket bat. This one a bit more full, and again clipped away, but this time the fielder comes round. And a good throw back to keeper Noah Smith. Greg Collins, who kept yesterday for the firsts, is in the field today. That's a super delivery from Collins. Getting the batsman to play at it. It's the end of the over. Just the 7 runs from it. And after 3 overs, well, Marion 24 for none. Joe O'Hara on 5. Daniel Falcon, well, he got over his little cramp in the hamstring. Merrion now, of course, need 192. And they've got plenty of time to do it. 47 overs. Run rate required just a tad over 4. So, Falcon is facing. Just played away to the point fielder.
It's got nasty, hasn't it?
The wind is returning, and it seems to be mainly from the north. That would certainly account for how cold it is. Fresh breeze from the north. Pembroke flag fluttering directly at me down the ground. And somehow the bails are remaining on the stumps. I don't know how, because that is very blustery wind. Played away on the offside, another dot ball. I was just thinking that. Well, you can hear how windy it is now. Gazebo, which is only really designed to protect us from the sun, now having to make do as an emergency shelter. It's almost getting to the stage where I'm going to go and get the walls for it. Turn it into a nice little safe box. Nicely driven down the ground. Falking gets off the mark. 17 balls faced, but the 17th ball is dispatched right back past the bowler, down onto the junior rugby pitch. Well, that's the end of the over. 29 on the board now, after 4 overs. Well, it looks like a change of bowling now at the SMC end. Dorian Gray coming on for his first over. Bill Whaley will be right arm over. Jay O'Hara will be facing. And Noah Smith standing up to the stumps.
You feel like you have to be ready to...
Quite possibly 2 noises there as well. But a great start for Bill Whaley. Well, you see on the pitch now, there's glorious sunshine there. But again, encouraging the drive from the batsman. Very blustery afternoon in Sydney Parade today. It's in the air. Hit past the fielder. It's going to run away to the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs, but it wasn't a shot without risk. It wasn't too far away from the fielder. Had extra cover, but once it beat him, there was nothing to stop it rolling into the bushes over the rope. 4 runs. But again, you can see what Whaley's doing. Setting the batsman up. Encouraging him to drive. And on this occasion he did so, and it was a bit uppish. This one comes off the bat, going down the leg side. Greg Hollins does the fielding. Calls off Luke Murray. Gets it back into the keeper. And just the single will bring the left-hander on strike. sure my voice is giving away just how cold I'm feeling at the moment. But one doesn't expect it. Yeah, then I can't see. One doesn't expect on the 2nd of July to be wishing I'd put on my thermal leggings. And yet I see people down here today like Peter Pembroke in his shorts. This is a good over from Bill Whaley. Bringing back a bit of control that his captain needed at this stage. This one comes off the outside edge of the bat. He'll run down to Luke Murray. He won't be able to stop them taking a single, but he'll certainly stop them taking 2. That's the end of the over. 35 for no loss after 5. Still 182 further runs for Marion to collect. Flash of the bat, and the ball carries down to the 3rd man boundary. Too fast for the fielder to get there. 4 more onto the total. Marion getting off to an absolute super start. Remember, the opening partnership for Pembroke put on 55, and they couldn't really build on that solid foundation. Ended up with 213. JP staying over the wicket to the left-hander as he comes on from the St John's end. Nice bit of fielding just behind square. Over there with the umpire. Umpire not having switched sides, I suppose, with this left-handed, right-handed combination. Well, he'd certainly be getting his steps in, wouldn't he? Good delivery from Prendergast. Again, by bringing himself and Whaley on, he's looking to bring a lot more control. Marion got away at a good rate. And he knows he's going to have to go back to Collins and go back to Murray at some stage. But right now, he just wants to put a bit more pressure on the Merrion batsman. As I said earlier, if Merrion bat 50 overs, they win this game. There's no doubt about that, and probably will do so within the 50. Well, that's exactly what Pembroke needed. Captain Prendergast bringing himself on in conjunction with Bill Whaley. Once again, to bring the news to you, Eli Clark, Rafe Duncan scoring maiden 100s for the 6 out in Adamstown today. What a marvellous Marvellous achievement for not only them, but also for the 6-11. They've set Adamstown 277 to win their game. And now Bill Whaley from the SMC end. Well, the applause coming from the nets beside us as O'Hara cracks one through the covers. Super shot. Again, Whaley is looking for the batsman to drive. Well, the sun is back out. It's amazing how much brighter everything looks now.
Fantastic.
House full of centurions.
It is.
Prendergast and President O'Riordan commenting on the Clark household. We'll just have to wait another 4 or 5 weeks till Father Gordon gets back onto the field. He'll have to chase his sons down on the runs. I mean, Ethan Clark now has over 500 runs for the season. Already qualified for the batting trophy and is after the Ray Moulton Cup. Another one with edge of bat on it, I felt. Good over from Bill Whaley. Cracking shot in the middle of it, but apart from that, super over from Bill. Just that one scoring shot. But that's all the Merrion need for an over. You know they'll be able to push on later on, but already they're well ahead of that sort of rate. Going to run a ball. And a good solid opening partnership for Marion. Pembroke will be keen to break this and break it shortly. Good start from Prendergast, just sliding the ball across the left-hander. Falcon playing at that one as it flew past the edge, straight to the keeper. Cracking on drive from Dan Falcon. He gets to the other end and then just walks back. Cracking shot, just walking into the ball. pushing it down. Umpires want to confer? No. Umpire talking to a player. Wide called as Joe drops one in nice and short. Do you get the feeling there's a sense of injustice within Joe at the moment? A couple of LBs turned down for Bill. Another short ball, better directed. Batsman having to play at it. Managed to get on top of it, just played it down. Another short one. Noah Smith does very well. Not only got round the corner, but got the glove off his right hand, barehanded it, and was ready to throw it at the stumps. Had the Merrion batsman thought there was a chance of a single, there wasn't, and he made sure of it. Well, fiery over from Joe Prendergast. Bit of a discussion between umpire and captain. Umpire pointing at Greg Hollis, player he'd spoken to during the previous over. However, we'll leave that one to the umpire's report, and we'll go back to Bill Whaley bowling from the SMC end.
You're waiting for it to take off.
Another good delivery from Whaley. Bit of chirp in the field now. As I say, does seem to be a undercurrent in the Pembroke fielding side there now. Two players on the drive for Whaley's bowling. There they are, working as a team. One of them parrying it, the other picking it up. Whaley bowling this consistent line and length. Oh, this time he's pinned him on the pads. The umpire has given that one. Long debate in the umpire's mind. He took his time to make that decision, but finally the finger went up and Pembroke make the breakthrough. 48 for 1 now, Marion. And that's something that Pembroke desperately needed, and the experience of Bill Whaley brings it in. Right in front. We can't see how high it hit him, but finally the umpire stuck his finger up. Yeah, little doubt about that one. Pembroke make the breakthrough, and by golly, they needed that. Well, as far as Pembroke concerned, they've broken the opening partnership. As far as Noel's concerned, the left-hander is still in. Well, O'Hara back in the dressing room. Whaley to continue. Change in the field. Prendergast has returned to slip. Well, I see Brian Bannigan for the second time this afternoon. Just standing to the left of the sight screen at the far end. You can just see him on the right-hand side of your picture. As he scoots across. He was down earlier with the dog, gave the dog a bit of exercise. And now has returned for his Sunday evening libation. But that's a good over for Pembroke. Made the breakthrough. O'Hara gone LBW to Whaley. 48 for 1 off 9 overs. And Prendergast is being vindicated in the bowling changes he made, perhaps earlier than he wanted to. Change in the field. It looks like Prendergast is going to continue with the Australian tactic. No, he goes full with the first ball and it's nicely driven through. Can't stop them taking 2. Lovely on drive again. Forgan certainly has that shot in his repertoire. That's twice now he's played it. First time twice as effective. Went all the way to the boundary. This time, well, Luke Murray winning the chase with Dale McDonough. Good short ball from Prendergast. Another short delivery from Prendergast. Tries to field his own bowling. Wow, with the taking of that wicket, and with the mindset of the skipper, searching for this second wicket. Nicely lifted down to square leg, behind square on the leg side even, and it beats the fielder. 4 runs comes up, nice shot from Forkin, and that brings up, well, runs before it brought up the 50. The score moves on to 54 for 1. Forkin has moved on to 19. And Cowra, well, he's only faced 2 balls. He's not off the mark yet. Short again, this time played down on the offside. 2 runs taken. And that ends the 10th over, end of the power play. Umpire signals as much. And Marion have moved on to 56 for 1 off those 10 overs. And we'll just, well, Niall isn't looking. Let you see how the 2 sides compare. And it's very similar. Very similar at this stage. 1 wicket down for both sides. Bill Whaley now to continue. Whaley in from the SMC end. Has Noah Smith standing up. Joe Prendergast to slip. Deep slip as well. Ethan Clark. He's fielding down at third man. And then we have, well, Jonty Rhodes behind point. One in the extra cover. And mid on. And a mid on. Played away on the offside, the new batsman. It has not been the easiest of days to play cricket. It's not been the easiest of days to cover cricket. Wind absolutely howling around the ground now. Definitely with a northern tinge to it. Icy cold, that's for sure. Just chipped up on the onside, but away from the fielder. This is a big game for both sides. Second and third in the second 11 Premier League. Slower delivery from Whaley. Well watched by the batsman. Played out in the offside. Just a dot ball. And you can see from your screen, 161 still required from 39 overs. Well, it's the end of his fourth over. Bill Whaley 1 for 10. 8 of those have come from cracking shots that O'Hara played through extra cover, but he was also the one to perish to Bill Whaley. LBW. And now, Joe Prendergast to continue from the St John's end. Prendergast going full of length. Forkin. Joe just discussing the awarding of the wide. I'm going to be clairvoyant here and say this one might be a bit shorter. Oh, it's cracked away, square of the boundary on the offside, and that's a super boundary, super 4 runs. And that's just a perfect response. Daniel Forkin, well, he had a good day with the ball earlier on, and this time he's had a super shot. Just absolutely timed that. No strength or power or overpowering of it. Unlike yesterday's run feast, we've only seen the 1-6 so far today. Well, I was out by delivery. You'll think this would be short again, and it is. And it gets past the keeper. Now a question between bowler and umpire as to how that is a no ball. No, no ball. Umpires now conferring. Umpire now having a word with captain and bowler. I take it from the body language that Joe doesn't quite agree with the umpire there.
Quite a good shot.
Well, question of the day, how short will this delivery be? One for the over, signalled. I thought so. One is signalled. Much better bouncer from Prendergast there. Getting through at shoulder height. Batsman deciding just to leave it and get out of the way. The wind taking the bails off at both ends. Just as that exact gust reaches us then. Slower delivery from Prendergast to end the over. Another eventful Prendergast over. He knows the bin there. Well, Marion doing very well. 63 for 1 now. 154 required. 38 overs to go. And that required run rate just a tad over 4 as there's a change of bowling. Bill Whaley being replaced by Donica Tucker, left arm bowler. Tucker coming on at the far end. Left arm over to start. Sight screen moved and is in place. Couple of changes in the field. Donica Tucker to open his account. Nice bit of drift. With that first delivery will be heartening for bowler and captain. Another one pushed out to point. They look for the quick run. They get the quick run. We're moving at the sight screen now. A few people getting their weekend step count up. Tucker thought that one had snuck its way through the defences, but instead there's a single taken. This is a good start for Tucker. It's a lot of work for people moving the sight screen. Super delivery, super length from Tucker. Really turning into a lovely bowler. Well, the trap has been set for Vaughan. If he wants to sweep behind square, there's plenty of room here. And that's exactly what he's done. He's run it right down to our commentary box. It's coming down to the tables. Well, the trap was set, the space was left, and Falkin took full advantage, pumped it down. He's moved on to 30, the score has moved on 70 for 1. We'll let you have a quick look at the batting card thus far. There we go. John O'Hara, he got 15 off 22, but it's Falkin who's providing the stability that Merrion need. But please take notice of the number of extras, 24 extras in just 13 overs. And that's not ideal for the bowling side. And there's the bowlers used so far. And you see at the bottom, McDara Cosgrave now coming on from the St John's end. Well, Captain Joe Prendergast is certainly shuffling his cards. This being the 6th bowler used already for Pembroke, and this just the 15th over. They're looking for the sight screen to be moved, of course. Well, that really has limited our viewing. McDara Cosgrave. Well, play a single. Staying around the wicket to the left-hander. Good delivery. Oh, that's better. Good length again, played away on the offside. They'll take the single. It's a good first over. That northwesterly breeze, it's bringing some wind chill today. No, the bowler in collecting the ball fell over the stumps. .72 runs on the board, another 145 required. The required run rate for the first time has dipped below 4. Just gets an edge of a bat onto that. Runs it down to fine leg, and it brings him 2 runs. Oh, I don't think that's out, despite the appeal. Well, Marion found that spin was the way to go. And perhaps almost by default, Joe Prendergast may be finding out the same thing himself now here. Loose ball, dragged down short by the bowler. Pumped out to the mid-wicket boundary. It will just be a single. This is the one that he just tickled into that gap that had just been left vacant, and despite the despairing chase of Joe Prendergast visiting our table here. And there's the possible run out, and he was well home. Donna Katuka now to continue from the SMC end. Nicely stroked into the offside. Boundary fielder picks it up, gets it back in. Afternoon, gents. Wind coming directly from the west now. Pembroke flag stretched out. Well, it's given us a wide. This is good stuff by Tucker. Squirts away on the offside. Batsman not fully in control of that shot. Didn't get the contact he wanted on it. Big black cloud coming over now. That's going to make it very dark, and I suspect it could even make it wet. It'd be a shame if such a game came down to DLS. Changing the field, he pushes mid on right back to the shed. He's on the rope there. He's looking for the tempting one. Instead, Forkin plays it out on the offside. Neat bit of fielding, brings that over to a conclusion. 15 overs gone now. 77 on the board. And as I say, big black cloud is heading our way. There's a good chance it's going to bring some precipitation with it. And I'm standing in the middle of a lot of electrical equipment here. Darragh Cosgrave going over the wicket now to the right-hander. Mid-wicket boundary rider will keep that just to a single. Now the left-hander. right arm around, of course, is going to cause problems for us. The old pitch is going to shoot off to the left again. Well, Noel doing the best he can for you. Yes, I can see rain falling in the distance now. Hasn't reached Sydney Parade yet, but I can't think that it's going to be too far away. Another single, another moving of the sight screen. Well, Pembroke do need the next wicket. You can feel the temperature dropping now. You can feel the air pressure dropping. The effects of this big, heavy cloud forcing the wind ahead of it as the rain falls. And it won't be long, I feel, before we're going to get rained on. Dot ball. Greg Hollins it is, doing the fielding. Mid-off, on the ring, or just inside the ring. Well, that one went the grand distance of not very far. And now, mid-off, mid-on is pushed back down to the boundary. And there it is, the big hit out towards square leg. Super piece of fielding, except for the backing up. Greg Hollins fetches it in from the boundary. The one overthrow given at the end of the over. And the score now, well, that's moved on to 81 for 1. Falkin, Daniel Falkin, he is providing the solidity that this innings needs from Merrion. He's on 32 now. There's just 136 runs required with 34 overs to go at a run rate of exactly 4 and over. Well, I said it at the start of this innings, if Marion bat their overs, they will win this game. Falkin again, just playing it without risk, out in the offside, takes an easy single. The rain is getting closer and closer. Good length from Tucker, just played out on the offside. Well, this time, batsman wanted to swivel on that and belt it down to mid-wicket. But instead, mistimed it. Another good ball from Tucker. Bit of chirp in the field now from Pembroke. 4 dot balls in a row now for Tucker. Be looking to finish his over. Sending the man back again. Long on, long off. Well, it's... And just at the end of that over comes the rain. There will be some shooting around now, so just give us a minute, please.
This way?
Sure.
Is that okay there then?
Probably go.
Even off the legs.
Oh, it's just about stuff.
This way a bit.
All right.
Okay.
No. It is still raining. Yeah.
Well, welcome back. Short rain delay, or as I call it, a chance to go inside and warm up for a minute. Thank you to the 13 of you who are still with us. And to give you the match situation, Pembroke scored 216 for 9 in their 50 overs. It seemed somewhat of a struggle to get there. 82 for 1 now. Marion are in reply. And they need another 135 from 33 overs, at just a smidgen over 4 and over. Did you put it on TV, like through the Samsung remote from YouTube, or did you cast your phone to it? Okay. Well, it's still raining, but we're back out there now. I'm really surprised that the umpires came back out. It's not raining as hard as it was earlier on, but there's still rain falling. Madara with a good line of length, and he gets almost a false shot out of Forkin, but it goes out square on the offside. Another run onto the total. Well, the wobbling of the camera just shows you the right-hander is now back on strike as the wind picks up. As the wind really picks up. Another dot ball, rain almost coming down at 45 degrees across the pitch as I look at it now. Well, miscommunication is quickly rectified. No, not at the moment. I don't know why the umpires went back out, to be honest with you. It's still raining. Good delivery from McDarragh, almost getting in under the bat. Pembroke do need wickets, and they need them shortly if they're to make this anything other than a procession for Merrion. Oh. Dan McDonough has come out to long on. Instead, it's played behind square on the leg side to finish the over. Another good over from McDarragh. He's 0 for 10 off his 3 overs now. And did you hear the news of Rafe Duncan and Eli Clark scoring their maiden adult centuries for the 6-11? And the 6-11 setting an imposing target for Adamstown of 277.
Tablecloths.
I've actually seen them, and I'll get you some during the week.
And big.
They're big clips.
No, we need a big one of those.
Big chop.
Yeah. Donica Tucker strikes first ball of his over, and he's picked up the wicket. 0 for 10 becomes 1 for 10. This one goes through to the keeper. Noah Smith takes this one. And the second wicket falls. Well, we said that Pembroke needed wickets and needed them quickly. We didn't expect it to be the very next ball. What's the opposite of commentator's curse? Well, 2 wickets down, 83 on the board. Still another 134 required. Plenty of time to get them for Marion. 31.5 overs to go. But to put it in its most basic terms, Pembroke are only 8 deliveries away from winning this game now. Not suggesting it'll be the next 8 deliveries. They may be spread over quite a few. And how many they're spread over will determine who wins this game. Second versus third in the second 11 Premiership, as sponsored by, insert sponsor's name here. As Donica Tucker now. Donica Tucker now bowling from the SMC end. Oh, good. No more lefties. Tucker with one, he pulls down short, it's slapped, and nothing more than slapped up to long on. McDarragh Cosgrave does the fielding. And that lets Grant Klutz get off the mark on his first ball. He did such an effective job with the ball at the end of the Pembroke innings. 9. Oh, another one through to the keeper. That's not far away either. And suddenly there's a bit of optimism, a bit of hope in the Pembroke players. And there's hope in my mind that this rain might actually stop in the next 5-10 minutes. This time the batsman starts standing across his stumps and pulling it out to the leg side. Mid-wicket. Gets it back into the keeper. One hopes that these teams have some, well, the Pembroke team has some cloths out there. The sunlight now reflecting, beaming through the rain off the covers. And the rain still coming down at about a 45-degree angle. It's amazing that they're still out there in this at the moment. And he's bowled him. He's bowled him, and Glutz has just let that one go, and it's gone on to taking his off stump, and that's a super delivery from Donica Tucker, and that's the 3rd wicket down. 2 very quick wickets since the rain break for Merrion, and one wonders, do Pembroke feel they're right back in this game now? 3 down. Still 132 runs required, just 7 wickets in hand now. Don't worry about the number of overs to go. I have a feeling that's not going to come into it. But Donica Tucker bowling from the SMC end, he's doing a fabulous job. Oh, you were self-hearing yourself. An Ussie, was it? Well, there you go. So, Pembroke take the 3rd wicket, and that's a lovely delivery from Donica Tucker to cause the downfall of Glutz, and he's returned to the dressing rooms. New batsman comes out to the middle, and suddenly there's new hope and new optimism. It's been raining. No, but I've been out doing things and fixing the tarp and... $85 for 5, and suddenly Pembroke feel like they're back in this game. So it's Peter Falcon is the new batsman. He's come in at number 5 for Marion. He'll be looking to steady the ship here. Another one who's willing to let that go from Tucker. The previous batsman fell that way. Nice slide by Joe, taking advantage of the sheen of rain that's on top of the grass now. You can tell he doesn't have to wash his own whites. Yeah. Once again, the ground very slippy now. Slick, one might say. Well, Tucker made the breakthrough. He now has 2 for 12 from just 4 overs. And it'll be McDarragh Cosgrave, I'm sure, to continue here now from the St John's end. Well, I did say 5 minutes ago that it would stop in 5-10 minutes. And it has done that. Oh, standing in a bit of sunlight for a change. Can't see a single screen. But it's nice and warm. No, like he's playing a game of Kablunk. Moving the camera. That one just getting past the edge of the bat, going through to Noah Smith. And there's suddenly, it does look like this is a wicket on which you want to be using your spinners as much as possible. Marion certainly did to good effect. Prendergast went with 4 seamers. Ball absolutely skidding off the ground when it was returned there. Chris King with a fine throw. Afternoon. Absolutely. It's a cold day here today. Whaley's family's females coming down for a bit of practice. And Chewy down for a bit of exercise.
Are you guys in your mom's car? No, is your mom here? Yes. Okay. Yeah, no, I am. I'm blocking it. I thought you were leaving. No, that's okay.
Single taken. 1 onto the score. Well played. Kara. He's been in a while now. Again, goes back to the off spinner. Pulls him round to square leg. Just a single. After this, just 5 more overs to drinks, and Pembroke will be looking to get 1, possibly 2 wickets in that time, and then they'll be able to take their drinks with a happiness that perhaps wouldn't have been there otherwise. McDarragh, short, slow approach. Getting a bit of turn there. Sunshine on a rainy day, said Katrina on the waves, and that's what we've got today. End of the over, 91 for 3. Just 5 overs to drinks now. And a bit of rebuilding going on here in the Merrion lineup. Peter Forkin, he's just come in. And Cowra, these two will want to just see it through to drinks now. The amount of runs scored isn't actually that important for them. They saw Pembroke accumulate their way to 216. Full toss played out in the offside. Yes, no is the call from the batsman. Luckily his partner listened to the second answer. Unlike game shows where we have to take your first answer. I suppose this is more like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Is that your final answer? Tucker definitely enjoying his time bowling from the SMC end. This time the yes comes from the batsman, the no comes from the non-striker, and the answer is still the same, dot ball. It's in the air. The fielder's underneath it. It's a simple catch, and that's a soft dismissal from Merrion. It was a full toss, and it was just played with a half shot. It was a lazy swing of a 7-iron instead of the full blast of a 3. And the catch is taken, and that's 4 down. And as I said, Pembroke will be looking for 1 or 2 more wickets before this drinks break. And with 5 overs or 4.5 overs to go now, they've got one of them. And that's the end for Cara. He's gone for 12. And Peter Falcon now joined by a new partner, and surely their mission must be just to see it through to drinks.
Let's go for the airplane. You ready?
Ready for what?
Lots of
Well, there's the one that was tickled into Noah Smith's gloves. The umpire gave it. Smith knew he was in there. And he just left that, and it came back in and beautifully clipped the off stump. Well, that's a dream delivery for any bowler, just clipping the top of off, and to see a batsman leaving it. And here's his third, just popped up in the air, and well taken catch. And that's 12 for 3 now he has from 4.4, and he has a new batsman in front of him. It's 2 slips in place now. Tucker encouraging the batsman to come forward. Sean Sandys it is. Well, again, leaving Donica Tucker, ball coming round the wicket. Dangerous profession. Be right up there with deep sea diving. Perhaps not the same consequences. Well, Pembroke now just 4 overs away from drinks. And if they can reduce Marion to less than 100 for 5, they'll feel they're right in this game. McDarragh Cosgrove now to continue from the St John's end. Super piece of fielding that. Well, he's certainly inducing the right shot there. Peter Falcon, well, he cleared his front foot so far that he actually ended up having to stretch to try and hit the ball. And that would only spell danger. Far better this time, playing it with a straight bat. And it seems like Falcon has decided just to see out the next 4 overs. Get to drinks and set that reset button. 2 balls remaining in the over. Dale McDonough's come back on to long on, waiting for the big hit.
Come on! Really good bowling, Magdara! Ethan, get a run out now. Don't let him get a single. Go. Yeah, slowly.
A slight change in the field as the captain brings himself very close on the leg side. End of another fine over for McDara Cosgrave. 5 overs now, just the 14 runs conceded. And this wicket really has proved that once you take the pace off the ball, the batsmen really do struggle to get the pace back on it. We haven't seen a boundary in a while. What we have seen after a fine opening stand again has been wickets falling. 4 down now for Merrion. 90 runs on the board. 126 more required with 6 wickets in hand. Well, it's a fine bit of fielding by Noah Smith. Of that, there's no denying, but batsman was well safely home. Well, the story of this game is Pembroke, well, they got a fine opening stand of 55, but after that there was very little else. Partnerships kept getting broken before they could grow, and they accumulated runs to 2-1-16 for 9 from 50 overs. This one coming off bat and pad. In reply, Marion also with a fine opening stand, 48 I think, seem to remember. And since then, there's been regular fallings of wickets. And now they're in the situation of 93 for 4. And we've got a real battle on our hands now. Tucker using that angle on this occasion. Sean Sandys letting it go through to the keeper. Well, that one gets under the fielder, but the boundary rider will be back there. And they're looking for 2. And Sandys gets there easily. 2 more onto the total, 95 for 4. We've got Donica Tucker. He's providing a real cutting edge for his team today. 3 for 16 now, as he's halfway through his 6 over. Or with 1 ball left in his 6 over. Should have gone to Specsavers. This one a full toss, it's popped up on the leg side. Greg Hollis gets there. Good slide, helped by the sheen of rain we had earlier. Now it's beautiful sunshine. You wouldn't think it was the same day, but it is. It's the same game. And at the end of the Donica Tucker's 6 over from the SMC end, it's 17 for 3.
Oh no, just a chair and a desk that wide. That's what it is.
Unsurprisingly, McDara Cosgrave is continuing from the St John's end. And unsurprisingly, Sandys and Forkin with just 2 overs now, 10 balls to go before drinks. Oh, he's hit him on the pads. That's got to be close. Well, there's one we'll have another look at, I'm sure. Even Niall will want to see that one again. It was the way he just sort of almost left it. Umpire deciding, I think, that it, well, I won't make a decision until... Well, no, there's a couple of replays to go. But this one here... Well, I'm sure the umpire himself will be looking at this game later on. It certainly wasn't on height. Well, you may have heard Dermot Dunner calling for a maiden. 1 ball to go. And that's 24 done, 96 for 4. I still believe that if Merrion were to bat their overs, they'll get the runs, but the run rate required has gone from 4 to 4.65. Well, the last over before drinks will be Donica Tucker bowling in from the SMC end.
No, it's just that.
Just the one where you can see the advert in the background. Dale gets enough on it to slow it down, and that saves the single. Well, 3 fielders after that one. That shows the enthusiasm there is now in the Pembroke team. 4 wickets down. They sense that this game is there for the taking now. And it's been since they brought on the 2 spinners. Well, that's cut away nicely on the offside. They get 1. Will they look for 2? I wouldn't have thought so. Not in the last over before drinks. Tucker pushing that one through a bit faster, quicker and fuller. Well, that there will be drinks. And once again, at the drinks break of an innings, you feel that it's the fielding side that feel the more comfortable at the moment. 25 overs now to get 120 runs. And 4.8 will be the required rate from here on in.
Oh, because they're off for rain, they're not taking drinks.
Oh, goodness me. Means a long stint for us then. Well, the DL score starting to appear on the scoreboard after that rain break, of course. Forking goes big. Donica Tucker doing a fine bit of fielding. DL then at the end of this over, 110. And the score, as you see on your screen, 97. Pembroke ahead on DL at the moment. It's been put down. That's an unfortunate drop. Well, Pembroke would really have loved that wicket, wouldn't they? McDarragh makes up for the drop catch almost immediately. He disposes of Peter Falk and his innings, oh, Sean Sandys rather. His innings finishes with his score on 4. And McDarragh just pushing this one through. And Sandys trying to pull it round to the clubhouse. But all he could do was head off to the clubhouse as the ball clattered into his stumps, disturbing the bails. 5 down now, 98 on the board, and suddenly the pendulum seems to be tilting Pembroke's way. There's the catch put down. He'll be feeling better after seeing this one, though. Tried to do the same again, but instead it clattered into the stumps. Five down, 98 on the board. And suddenly that score of 216 is starting to look a bit further away. The runs required under 120. And plenty of overs to get them in. The required run rate of 4.89 wouldn't scare anybody really. But once again, it's the wickets falling that is the difference. If you had wickets in hand here, this would just be a canter home. As it is, one feels 4.89. Well, could be tough to sustain for 24 overs. Of course, with the fall of that wicket, that drastically changes the DL. And at this stage, DLS is standing at 129 with the score on 98. So the figures say that the game is in Pembroke's hands at the moment. But we shall wait and see. Cut away on the offside. Well, McDarragh Cosgrave now, 7 overs, 1 for 15. He's been economical. He's taken the wicket. That would be an interesting call now for Captain Joe Prendergast, whether he returns to his seamers after the spinners, or will we see Ethan Clark and his leg spin? Doobie playing that one out, the offside. Dale McDonough picks it up. Donica Tucker now into his 8th over now from the SMC end. This one's cut away square on the offside. It's going to beat the fielders. And 4 runs, and that must be the first boundary we've seen in a large number of overs. I can't remember one. But that was beautifully cut away, and once it beat Ethan Clark behind square, the boundary rider just had too much distance to cover. He'd have had trouble reaching that one on horseback. Nice delivery from Tucker. There's no way Peter Falcon was going to let that one go, that was for sure. It would have rattled into his middle stump. No, drifting onto the leg side. Well, certainly onto the legs anyway. How long are you home for?
Until the 10th of July.
And then pre-season training.
Yes.
Well, you hardly have slapped on the pounds while you've been off, let's be honest. Another one cut away on the offside, this time in front of square. This time the boundary rider, Max Collins, can get to it. Conor Prendergast plying his trade, association football, in the sunnier climes of Spain. Pre-season training on 10th of July. My goodness, it's a hell of a start. Well, it bursts past the diving Dale McDonough, but it only costs a single. Getting dark again. I see rain in our future again. Pembroke won't mind. They're well ahead on DLS now. Score of 104. DLS at 130. McDara to continue. St John's End. You can understand Joe Prendergast bowling these two all the way through. They've been successful. Nice bit of fielding by the captain, leading by example. That's what you want to see. Nice line and length for McDara. Dot ball. 1 for 16 he has from 7.2 now. Doing a super job for a skipper. Well under 3 and over. It's taken all the momentum out of the Merrion innings. Chris King with a fine bit of fielding at square leg. Saves 3 certain runs there, I'd have said. Just played away on the offside. They'll come through for the single. Played away again on the offside. They're going to take 2. A gentle canter. Slightly more than a trot, but no danger. As we wait for the next bout of rain to arrive, I'd say it's going to be about 3 minutes. If not this over, it will be the next over. Played away behind square on the leg side, and it's going to be another boundary. The Marion batsmen obviously have seen the DLS up on the screen. Scoreboard now showing DLS at 131. Score at 113 at the end of the over. In fact, 27 overs gone now. Niall going back inside, I think, to collect the tarps again. This rain may just scout past us, but I don't think so. Certainly the rainfall at the back of the cloud might slip by, but it's going to get dark and cold for a while. Be a while before you see a shadow on the pitch again, I suggest. That one gets past Ethan Clark and gets past the fielder. Max Collins on the boundary. 4 more runs. And they really are realising that their time is limited to catch up with this DLS score. As I say, DLS at the moment standing at, well, it seems to be going up ball by ball now. Dot ball. 100 required from 22 overs, the best part of. But will we see 22 overs? Or will it all come down to the mathematicians' tables? The wind picking up now. This one just played up on the offside. They take the single. Fielders go back at long off and long on again. Pretty wide, both of them. They're not in screen at the moment. Cut away, behind square on the offside. Captain Joe Prendergast is going to pick that up before it reaches the boundary. Gets it in the air. But they can't stop the runs going through. 120 on the board now, 133 DLS. And that's the end of the over, 120 for 5. 21 overs to get 97 runs if we run the full course. If we don't, DLS is standing at 134 and the score 120 for 5. I think it's going to slip past most of it, hopefully. Never like to see matches decided by bits of paper. Dara Cosgrove then from the St John's end. He's coming in now to bowl his 9th over. Dot ball to start. Another dot ball, left that one out a bit wider. Batsman had to stretch for it, couldn't get any power into it. And there you go, more than one way to get a dot ball. This time it's in the arc. Fielder making a valiant attempt. Just the 2 runs. Well, that's 2 of 4 balls in this over. Dara proving to be very economical. Ethan Clark doing the tidying up there, preventing any single, that's for sure. Another dot ball, and that's a fine over, just 2 from it. 20 overs remain, 95 are required. 122 for 5. And the DLS score at this stage, 134. So 12 runs behind. And it looks like the players are leaving the field. More rain or drinks. Let's hope it's drinks. Well, the wind's picking up again now. The players are inside enjoying drinks and no doubt trying to warm up. That's Collins putting down that catch on the boundary. Well, I don't really blame him. Hands must be freezing out there. Well, it's quite a tight game. It's evenly poised, and that's reflected in the DL scores. Just 14 runs between, or 15 runs between Merrion and victory. The important thing for them, though, is the wickets. The more wickets they lose, the higher up it will go. Just while the players are having drinks, we'll have a little look at the worm for the game so far. Well, that's how I used to draw when I was told to draw inside the line. That would be how close I'd be. I'd be over this side, over that side, and it's, well, very evenly poised. And again, the wicket's fairly similar as well. Pembroke were consistent in losing theirs. You see there was one over when Marion lost two. So we'll just take you through the game so far. Somebody won the toss and Pembroke batted first. And after a good opening partnership between Cosgrave and Clark of 55, well, Clark departed there. And after that, partnerships were tough to come by. We'll show you those later on. Top scorers were McDarragh Cosgrave and Christopher King. They each got 34. And the number of extras, just take a note of that, 15 extras in 50 overs. Merrion bowlers had a very tidy day. It was a day of the brothers, really. After the opening bowlers, well, they took a couple of wickets early on. Well, not that early, 55 for one. But the pick of the bowlers definitely were Daniel and Peter, and Sebastian and Isaac. And Grant Glutz did a fine job at the end of the innings, picking up a couple of wickets and keeping the runs down when Pembroke really were chasing runs. So they finished up on 216 for 9. And here's the story of the second half. Marion, they also got off to a good start. 48 without loss they were. But then after that, John O'Hara fell LBW first of all to Dorian Gray. And since then, wickets, you see, batsmen getting in, not really getting in. And these two now, Falkin and Doobie, well, they're having to put together a partnership. But again, I told you to take note of that figure of extras in the first innings. 30 overs has seen 28 extras. And in fact, the first 18 runs on the board for Merrion in this innings, not one of them came off the bat. Between wides, no balls and leg byes, there were 18 extras before Jamie O'Hara cracked a 4 through the covers. Now, just to see how Captain Joe Prendergast has marshalled his forces. Collins and Murray, quite expensive there. As I say, very few of those runs came off the bat. Bill Wadey did a super job there, coming on first change and just steadying the ship a little. 1 for 10 off 4 overs. So economical, consistently in and out, year in and out. Well, Donna Kataka is the star, 3 for 31, and he's about to start his 10th and final over. Peter Falkin is facing. That one slides down the leg side. That'll be one more onto the total. Well, that's cut away off the fine edge, and that's going to run away to the boundary. Nothing anybody can do about that. Well, the bowler is looking for an edge. That one just slightly too thick, going wide of slip. Four more onto the total. 127 for 5 now. Another one he's edged. Another one has gone past to the keeper in the slip, and another one that's run away for 4. Well, you can't say that Donica Tucker isn't creating chances. The pity of it is Pembroke unable to take either one of them. That one just flew through the gap between keeper and first slip, and there was nothing anybody could do about that. Well, he doesn't get a third one in a row. That rather has made a mess of Tucker's figures now. 3 wickets for 40 runs. 3 balls left. 4 for 40 does have a much better ring to it though, Donica. Wind picking up again. It certainly has been a weekend of wind. Punched away on the offside, the fielder is there, long barrier stops the ball. Bill Whaley willing to risk it all. Umpire signalling wide. That just gives Tucker one more chance at a final delivery to pick up that 4th wicket. And that's 10 overs done for Donica Tucker. 3 wickets, 41 runs. He's enjoyed bowling from the SMC end today. And we'll remind you again of his 3 wickets. There's the first one. Flew just to the right of slip. Through the gap. Nothing that could be done about that. And there's the second. Just evading the despairing grasp of Bill Whaley at slip. Well, I don't blame Max Collins at all. Just off the field for a second to get his jumper, holding up play. Well, you see the back end of a lovely piece of fielding. Greg Hollis throwing himself around today, handing over the gloves, kept for the first yesterday. Noah Smith doing the job for the seconds today. Again, clipped away on the offside. It's a late call, but they go for the single, and they get there safely. Brings Falkin back on strike. You're in your car. No. My car has jumpers and things in it. And that's a big shot. There's a fielder trying to get to it. It's Dale McDonough. It lands inside the rope and rolls away for 4. But it had Dale interested for a while there. He was certainly helped, the batsman. I think he was helped by the prevailing wind. Carried it away from the fielder. This one just played back to the bowler. Played away on the offside. They'll take a single. This has been a profitable over then for Merrion. And it's brought them right back into contention on Duckworth-Lewis. Pembroke need another wicket. And how perfect would it be if they were to take it with McDarragh's final delivery? does his own fielding, finishes his own spell with the figures of 1 for 32. And himself and Donica Tucker have done a fabulous job for captain Joe Prendergast. The question now, of course, is what's Joe going to go for next? And it looks like it's going to be Greg Hollins. Usually see Greg with the gloves on. But on this occasion, it's ball in hand.
Reloading at 5. That's what we're talking about.
So Greg Hollins now from the SMC end. Oh, Hollins must be turning it a mile. Excellent, excellent. Oh, the two fielders getting in each other's way, and the ball runs through for a single. Not ideal. It's wickets falling that Pembroke need. We said all along if Merrion would bat the overs, they'd be fine. This one played away on the leg side, just behind square leg. Ethan Clark, the man after it. Good throw back. Oh, direct hit might have been a bit more interesting, as it was. Home safely.
Yeah, I think I'd rather be goal.
Good full length from Hollis. It's played away on the offside. And a single taken. Well, Marion now ahead on DLS. They'll be the ones looking for the rain clouds. Pembroke need a wicket to turn this game around. Oh, batsman playing his shot. Well fielded. I always wonder on a day like this why players have sunglasses and why do they have them on their hats? Well, Greg Hollis threw his first over, just the 5 runs from it. 74 now required from 17 overs. The run rate has come back down again, but let's not worry about that at the moment. It's a return from the St John's End now for Captain Joe Prendergast. Joe Prendergast, so far, 4 overs for 24 runs. We saw him a little bit fiery earlier this afternoon. He was particularly fond of the short ball. I don't know what had wound him up or whether it was a deliberate ploy. Well, it was certainly deliberate, and he's gone for it again, and this one slipped past the keeper down the leg side, and it's going to be 5 wides. Tough one to collect for Noah Smith. Put in with a bit of venom by Joe Prendergast. I wonder if he's made the right move. Would you have gone with Ethan Clark, or is Ethan a little bit too inexperienced at this level for... But he would be bowling against numbers 5 and 7. Nicely played away, square on the leg side, another single taken. Captain Joe Prendergast, well, he wears that title with pride. His third full year as captain of the seconds now. This one played away in the air, but it will clear the fielder, run down the hill. Just the 2 runs. Joe's looking for this 6th wicket. Always looking to lead from the front, Joe. Goes short again, through the batsman, through to the keeper. 1 for the over. Umpire signals it to everybody except us. This one a slower ball out of the back of the hand. It slipped onto the man's pads. And Dubé just tucked it away down to fine leg. There's more long leg there, isn't he? This time it goes up in the air. It's a chance, but it's going to bounce in front of the fielder, and he doesn't get that. Well, that's what he's been looking for. He's been looking to induce that shot. It was a false shot, but he got away with it. I'll be back to Hollis now at the SMC print and design end. I do feel there should be a competition to name the ends, or sponsors should come in for the ends. That slipped away behind, square on the leg side, and swept to the boundary. 4 more onto the total. And these two starting to put together a very dangerous partnership as far as Pembroke is concerned, and a very good partnership for Marion. Peter Forkin now, of course, has moved on to 39, going along at a very good rate, only taken 44 balls. And doing a super job for his team. Missed that one, though. After that first ball, it's been ... Run rate required now. Dropping away. Another over runs by. .15 remaining now, 58 required. Well, Marion don't really need to do much other than not lose a wicket. Push it around, let the bad balls come. There's your 2nd of July evening sky. And it's actually probably the most pleasant it's been. And Joe starts again. Four down the leg side again. He's almost trying too hard, just needs to relax. You know how keen he is to set the example. Now that's of his own making. That's a much better ball from Prendergast. Tailing into middle stump. These two really have put together a good partnership for Merrion. Good piece of fielding. And the wicket keeper that is Greg Hollins. Well, one has to say that Joe's bowling looks an awful lot better when he's not dropping it in short, not overstriding. Well, that is a super shot. That never really got off the ground. That's a flat 6 behind square leg. And again, Zizil. Another single. And well backed up, no overthrows. And the score now, 169 for 5. So the 6-11 won today. Well, they seem to have bowled out Adamstown for around 100. And that would mean a massive 170-odd run win. And mainly down to the magnificent batting of Rafe Duncan and Eli Clark. Both completed their first adult hundreds, first open hundreds, shall we say. And that's a great performance by the side. 2 out of 2 now, the Sixers. Most successful side in the club. Well, we did manage to avoid that rain now that we feared was on its way. Just pushed away on the offside, just single taken. They know that's all they need now. 47, 46 required. Turning round on that one, Forgan playing it round to the leg side. There is a fielder there. Just a single, but it will take Forgan on to 41. And he has done a fabulous job for his side. Following the example set by Daniel earlier. Again, nicely played. Just pushing it out on the offside, taking the single on offer. Getting his partner back on strike. That's well round by the fielder. Once again, Joe wishing to lead by example. Well, it's been signalled a wide. Greg Collins, I think, claiming that it went over the stumps. Another discussion between captain and umpire. Well, that's punched down the ground for 4. And suddenly the target of runs required. Well, it's down to 38 now. 13 overs to go. Marion very much back in the driving seat. Pembroke gave themselves hope with the fall of wickets 2, 3, 4 and 5. But now it seems like Marion, these two, they've put together such a good partnership that's taking them and their team to the brink of victory. Under 3 and over required now. They really can just push it around. He's got him. Prendergast pitches one up, takes the edge of the bat, and that's the end of Peter Falkin. He's got 42. That's been a super knock by him, and that's the wicket that Pembroke needed. 6 down now. That could make a difference to the whole game. Well, well, well. Just as you think this game is firmly in one side's grasp, they let go, and it becomes an open competition again. Joe Prendergast picks up his first wicket, 1 for 45 now. And it's Sebastian who comes out to the middle. And that's a super knock by Peter Falkin. Gets the applause of his teammates on the sideline. Heads off as soon as the catch is taken. Didn't even look at the umpire. So, new batsman in, and he plays back to the first one. Well, Eli Clark, how does it feel?
Amazing, first ever 100.
So, tell us about it.
Well, I opened the batting and I batted all the way through the 35 overs and I got 105 not out.
Brilliant, well done mate, well done. Enjoy it. Well, Eli Clark, his first century in open cricket. And you heard him there. He opened the innings, kept going till the 35th over. And collected 105 not out. How many runs did you win by? Yeah. Okay. So a big win for the Pembroke development side, and there is the hero of the night. Well, what a day, what a day. Brilliant, Sean, brilliant. Team manager Sean Smith and player today, Graham Mooney. did not bat, did not bowl, had a great day. Would that be right?
Absolutely superb. Touched the ball about 4 times. What a day. Touched the ball 4 times, maybe 5. Perfect win. Absolutely superb performance from the boys, from the Utes.
Did Rafe open?
Utes. The openers were Rafe and Eli. They put on. Oh no, sorry.
No, somebody fell.
No, somebody fell. Yeah, Rafe went in 3. Eli and and he bowled. Young Mr. O'Riordan, Dave O'Riordan Jr.
Okay.
Opened the ball and he slightly missed out. He got us off to a good start. 12, I think he got. So we were into the 40s or something by the time he fell. But Rafe and Eli, of course, came together, and it was only through Rafe's retirement that they were broken.
Yeah.
Poor Vihan came into bat and missed out completely. Marion then came into bat and bludgeoned a few runs, and Eli brought up his 100 second last ball of the innings. We had to tell him. We wouldn't tell him his updates because he was looking too busy. He was too busy looking at his scoreboard. But no, superb performance. And in the bowling, Marion and the youngest Cosgrave opened, Donica. We had 4 wickets down in the first 2 overs.
Excellent.
We had to change the bowling nearly almost straight away, just to give him a chance.
Yep.
The Vihan came on with his leg spinners. Oh my God, he's turning and burning, giving it flights. He got 3 wickets. 1 a stumping, 1 in LBW, and 1 a bowled. Absolutely turned out a mile to bowled. So no, brilliant performance from all the kids. Myself, Charlie, and Sean got to sit back, watch, and enjoy. Kevin did the most work, of course, behind the stumps. Couple of catches, couple of stumping, lots of stopping down leg side, unfortunately, more than he'd like to, but no. Top performance.
He's used to that.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Yeah. Well, Greg Hollins is bowling from the SMC end.
I've never seen Greg bowl before.
No, it's a new one on me. And the score has moved on to 182 for 6. Merrion now just require 35. They have, 68 balls to get 35.
So just a bit of...
But the question is, can Pembroke take 4 wickets? And this, I'll tell you, another wicket now.
Happen.
And this will get very interesting very quickly.
Cat amongst the pigeons. All it takes is 1 ball. Catches win matches.
You know it's on the other camera anyway when you do that. Pretty much always. It's more on that one than it is on this one.
But it's good to know you can limbo.
So, how did you sleep last night?
Me?
Yeah, you did 90 overs of commentary.
Oh, 90, yeah, no, I slept.
I asked your wife, she said, he came home and tucked into his dinner.
Yeah. I can't even remember what my dinner was last night. I was that knackered. I just sat on the couch, watched a couple of episodes of The Witcher, and went to bed. Because I had to be up early in the morning to bring the eldest here for a Colts game at 9 a.m. against Phoenix.
Prendergast to continue now. That one's played down to third man. They're going to take 2 for that. It was wide of the fielder. It was well placed and well played. You've missed an interesting game here today.
By the way, do you know the result from the earlier game, the Colts against Phoenix?
No.
No. Okay, I'll have to text.
And
answers on a postcard.
This.
Oh, well bowled. But unfortunately,
just pushed out. They take the single. That's all they need to do now. They're well ahead on DLS.
Would you?
Hiya, Charlie.
Would you bring in a few attack?
Day?
Charlie, do you want to
Just put it there. So Pembroke do need wickets. Captain Joe Prendergast. Another one clipped off his legs. That's going to run away. It's going to be picked up in front of the boundary. And then only get a single for it. So how was your day, Charlie? Kids getting centuries.
I love Charlie's.
I'll tell you more about it, but I couldn't count to keep up.
Ah. Prendergast tries the slower ball. It's just played out in the offside. And the score remains 186 for 6. 31 runs required. Still 4 wickets in hand. The pendulum very slightly moving Merrion's way again. Well, that one's short enough to be called a wide. Instead, it's called the one for the over. But to me, that looked like it was going over his head. Bringing in the fielder into the ring. That one just bouncing a couple of feet short of Dale McDonough. End of the over. Just 10 to go now, but only 31 required. 31 by Marion. 4 wickets by Pembroke. Very much in the balance here. All it takes is, well, one delivery. Could turn it again. But Marion, well, they're well ahead on DLS now. Oh, that one takes the outside edge. It runs away. Bill Whaley's the man after it. He'll pick it up in front of the fence. And he'll get it back into Noah Smith. Just played away. Marion don't need to do anything silly here. Game in the bag for them. That's the way things are going. Mid-on sent back to long on. Looking to just tempt Sebastian into a big shot. Big appeals. Given not out. Niall frantically goes to his replay machine. This is where you get to play. I am the umpire. This time down on one leg. Oh, did you? Dot ball. I am indeed. Yeah. I think even the Pembroke players would admit the umpire got that one right. ribs for dinner tonight. And boy, do they look good. Bill Whaley now from the St John's end. 9 overs remaining. 28 runs required. And the sun's come out and the wind's gone. Now, if only it had been like this all day. Just a nice temperature. Beautiful July summer's evening in the Pembroke. If you're a member of Pembroke, you know just where you'd be sitting now, probably along the wall. Feeling the heat from the granite stones that have been soaking up the solar energy all day. Whatever solar energy there was. Yeah, it's nice now. Well, they take the single. Bill Whaley, well, he's been economical. He's taken a wicket.
I'd say send Mark if you're going to send one. I'd really prefer you in and the 2 boys back. Now. He's going to go across me all the way. He won't hit you over mid-off. He's not Donald Bradman. Mark, you go bring Ethan up. Mark! He doesn't agree.
Field set now. I don't think bowler or captain are particularly happy with it. Good work in the field, especially by Bill Whaley. Threw himself full length to prevent any overthrows. Now the score 191 for 6. 42 overs gone. And all the equation you need is written across the bottom of your screen. We'll have a quick look while bowling comes. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. No. There we go. My goodness, Superman. Well, neither of us got what we wanted there. Now, Greg Hollins to continue. Yeah. Well. It's a big shot. It's in the air. It's going to fall short of the fielder again. Well, they're starting to create opportunities. Question being, can they take any of them? It's in the air. No fielder in that vicinity. Batsman called for 2, but decided very wisely just to take the 1. They're getting closer and closer to this target. Well, this one gets through Hollands' dive. Played away on the leg side, comfortable single, maybe even a comfortable 2. They decide against it, and with that arm, a wise decision. The end of Hollis is over. After 6 overs, he's conceded 28 runs. Hasn't quite provided the same threat as Tucker and Cosgrave. Well, 2 batsmen and animated conversation. So 8 overs then, and just 22 runs required. 7 overs and 22 runs required. Slips down the leg side. Tale of extras today for Pembroke. Something they're going to want to work on before they go out again. Those of you joining us at this late stage of the evening, it's been a windy, cold, fresh day. Don't be fooled by the sunshine and shadows you're seeing now. It's been a windy weekend, but thankfully, by and large, it's been dry. We did have 1 rain break here. Came out in the rain, in my opinion. Oh, that's just... Well, it was a firm throw, and it disappeared for 4 runs, 4 overthrows, and that really brings the runs required under 20, and that's always a backbreaker for a side. 4 wickets needed, 200 up for Merrion. Played away. Great win today, Donny. More members of the victorious 6-11 arriving home. Only a few of them will be able to sample a drink in celebration. This one's played away. Closest I can call it is over to Cal corner. It ends up about nearly mid-wicket, but the intent was Cal corner anyway. 4 more runs. Totals required comes down to 13. Clipped away, square leg. Single taken. There's been some very sensible innings here by these Merrion players. No one star has stood out, but certainly Daniel and Peter Forkin. Now they're joined by Dubé. Well, it looks like a change of bowling then at the SMC end. Max Collins it is. It was unfortunate earlier on. Conceded a number of extras. Well, this looks like a last throw of the dice then by Captain Joe Prendergast. Bringing himself on now from the SMC end, replacing Greg Hollins. And once again, I just get the feeling this one might be a short delivery. Oh, got that wrong. Very, very full. Well fielded. Danica Tucker doing well. Nicely fielded. Ethan Clark doing fine work there at square leg, diving down to his, and it was close to his body. That's never an easy one to get to. He kept his eyes on it and got down to it. Full again, this time punched through the gap, 4 more runs, and that brings the runs required down to single figures. Just 8 required now for Marion. Full toss, hits the batsman on the full. Half-hearted appeal, really. The hope and optimism I spoke about earlier has been taken out of the team. So 8 runs required, 5 overs to go. We did say if Merrion were going to bat their overs, they were going to win the game. So it's proving. Can't see that we'd see anything as dramatic as last night's Ashes, with late wickets falling and... Hmm? No. Well, finish line very much in sight for Marion now. Just 4 more required. And if Bill is to take 4 and 4, he's going to have to do it this over. Bay, of course, now on 46. 4 are required, and he requires 4 for his last century. Takes just the 1. driven down the ground, and what a fine way to win it. Hits it right down beside us here at the media centre. 4 runs. Well, that's all they needed. Marion win by 4 wickets. It's been a cold, windy game, but it's had its moments. Well, thank you very much for tuning in. I'm sure Niall's got some highlights to show you, but 2 things for me. I've got ribs for dinner, and I am absolutely frozen. It's been a joy. Thanks very much for joining us. Do you know when our next game is? Tuesday is the current rumour. Keep an eye on your YouTube channel. Please do subscribe. If you subscribe, you'll get notifications of when games are coming, and you can choose to watch or not. For those of you, well, overseas, shall we say, thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much for joining us. And to all our viewers, thank you.